Good evening, guys. Another Saturday evening. 2 in the house. Please put a comment so I know who you guys are. So, how has your week been? Mine has been pretty tough at work. But, and I had to be pretty careful because it's ice spots on the road. So I had to, and I still have my summer tires on my company car, so that's not fun. Let's see. Hey, Beth. Good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Anyway, it's good to see you. Hey, PV. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How has your week been? I hope your week has been good, PV. We wait a couple of more minutes until we have a little bit more people in here. We give people some chance to join before we get into today's topic, guys. Which is SHTF communication. But we get into that in a moment. Hey, Oakham, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Thank you, Beth. I will. Guerrilla Survival, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? And by the way, I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if you're up for it, feel free to click that link and join me. Hey, Homestead Tissy, good to see you, ma'am. That's good. I'm here as well, as listening, taking notes too. Yeah, no, taking notes is a good idea. Hey, PV, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Shadow, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Thanks for the thumbs up, Beth. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Yeah, let's see what we got there. Costa, the rule of survival, how are you doing? All right? Good to see you. Who else we got here? We got Homestead Tessie, Beth Cuisine Vlog, Oakham's Razor, probably a couple more. I've just turned up, so I might miss someone.
Yeah, probably. It's been many years, my friend. You're looking good. Thanks, Tessie. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, actually.
Good, yeah. Well, we've had a stormy week here. We've had literally 36 hours non-stop of raining, heavy rain, heavy winds. Half the country's underwater. Floods everywhere. Storm damage. And yeah, it's it's some insurance claims coming to a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, that will be
it's not only
expensive.
Us. Yeah. It's not only us getting the storms either. We got Mexico is just about to get hit by a hurricane.
Yep.
It's west coast of Mexico. I know someone down there. He's all battened down. But yeah.
Hey, Tammy. Good to see you, ma'am. Thanks for stopping by. It's
Just
always nice to have you.
Funniest moment of the week was yesterday.
Yeah.
Just saw a video. I mean, the Israel-Hamas situation isn't funny, but They were holding these demonstrations everywhere, and in India there was a demonstration in some town or city or wherever it was. Instead of carrying the Palestinian flag, all these demonstrators were carrying the Italian flag, which looks it looks similar to the Palestinian one without the black triangle bit. If someone wants to look it up for a bit of comedy effect, have a look at it.
Yes, they allow survival. It is legal to collect rainwater.
Yeah, well, rainwater. In Britain, if you collect rainwater in a water butt from your what they called it, the sills on your roof, the gutters, you get a some form of discount in your water bill.
Yeah.
But I've heard stories before. Some places it's illegal because you're interrupting the drainage system or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sounds a bit ridiculous to me.
Here in Sweden, you can collect a lot of rainwater without any problems, no restrictions.
Well, yeah, it makes sense because you're easing the water demand supply, and if it drops out the sky, it surely must be free. It's just absolutely stupid, isn't it? Anything to tax, they'll tax it and put a price on it.
Yeah. So, PV, what do you say to get into this today's topic? SHTF communication, buddy.
Yeah, all right, yeah, crack on. So, SHTF comms, what would you have in mind? Long term, short term, all general sort? Well, it covers a lot of areas, I suppose, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah.
I've been doing comms since I was 16. It was one of my trade.
Yeah, that's a long time to.
Military communications was my mainstay trade.
Yeah,
my core trade, so to speak. So I've got a lot of experience in military communications, and over the years I've transferred it across to the civilian side of it. So yeah, I mean, smoke. Yeah, smoke, hand signals. We can talk about all that sort of stuff. I think
drums works too.
I mean, people, when it comes to SHTF could range from a regional one, a localized event, all the way up to a complete post-collapse situation. And people, regardless of what the types of situation, even from lockdown in the COVID situation, people is going to know what is, they're going to want to know what is going on. Are they the only ones affected? Is it regional? Is it across the whole world? Is there any safe areas there? CR, ZL, OCR? Yeah, so
Tessie says I use a shortwave radio. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, people might not want to speak to people. They might be quite happy sitting back and just listening. And if you're in that sort of situation, because people might not have the need to actually talk to someone. If you want to just sit back and listen, fine, and you can get receivers to do that. So shortwave radios, no problem at all.
Yeah, that will destroy your voice.
I mean, Katrina, for instance, Hurricane Katrina, over 1,000 cell towers were knocked out in the storm. So that's everything. And if you translate that to these days, that's all your internet gone, all your text messages gone, or voice gone, your internet's gone, everything. So that's a sort of base level I'd consider an SHTF communications blackout to be. And when your cell phone goes, then you can start ramping it up. Then what else is going to go? The power's gone. All infrastructure. And if cell phone towers, they won't last long at all because they are reliant on electricity, the grid,
Yeah.
and then the fallback plan is their own built-in generators if they've got them, because not all of them have got them because they're having these supercell antennas these days. CR's transmitting SOS there, and they're more reliant these days on the grid because they're trying to save space with these little 5G supercells.
Yeah,
So
and the emergency power for cell phone towers are 24 hours basically.
yeah, and if you're lucky, you push the 48, but they're I think some of the older, bigger ones are diesel generators, because you've got a 3 or 4 tiered system. You've got the user to the tower, tower to tower. You got the backbone network, and then you've got the space elements where you got international hops through satellites. You've got undersea cable comms, but it all starts with your cell phone to the tower, really. So it's a multi-layered approach, and it's going to be when you've lost it, you've lost it, and if you have lost it, then you're going to look towards other means of communication. Homestead Tessie says, would shortwave work? I was thinking they would still work. Right, I'm presuming, Tessie, you're talking about a shortwave radio is normally just a receiver. So it will depend on what is transmitting and if that is in a viable condition due to whatever the event has occurred. But shortwave is normally right down in the kilohertz range. You're talking worldwide comms there. I mean, if you were to scan your frequencies in the shortwave, then thumbs up from CR there. Thank you very much, CR. Then you could quite easily receive radio stations on the shortwave from China, Russia. You got the voice of Russia, the voice of China, all this sort of propaganda pushing media on the shortwave. But it's if you think it's a really, really widespread scenario, or it's a post-collapse situation, and you're hearing transmissions from China or Russia, then there's a glimmer of hope there that someone else, there is some form of infrastructure that's viable and it's transmitting. And if it's transmitting, then it opens up a whole host of other questions to say, right, if it's transmitting, they've got electricity, they've taken the time out to transmit on shortwave. So the infrastructure there is a lot better, and the framework of society is in place a lot more than you thought. So yeah, I mean, shortwave is definitely one. But if you're talking about just receiving only, you've got your wind-up radio. You've got, and if you're going to get a wind-up radio, get one which is wideband. What I mean by wideband is it's got the ability for the shortwave frequencies. So you're looking at 2 megahertz all the way up to 14 megahertz. Then you've got the FM frequencies, medium wave, and all that sort of stuff. So the wider the receiver can pick up, the more frequencies it can pick up, the more chance you've got of catching things and listening to things. So you got your wind-up radios. Some of them have got built-in batteries which you can distribute energy from to charge up other devices. You've got your some of them got solar panels on, and then they range in price from £20, $20, all the way up to the hundreds. Then you've got your dedicated shortwave radio receivers, which can cost quite a bit of money. They got all these fancy displays, touchscreen displays, waterfall displays. But a really good one to get, I would say, for
Edemir, good to see you, brother.
for receiving radio stations and any form of transmission whatsoever is an SDR dongle, which is a software-defined radio dongle, and it's a USB stick basically. You plug it into your computer or your phone or your tablet, and you plug a little trailing wire antenna out, and you can get the smallest version of that, a little telescopic V antenna, and they work really well. And they go from literally 30 kilohertz all the way up to around the 4 gigahertz mark. So you can literally receive anything that transmits on that dongle. And the advantage of the dongle, when you got it on your computer, you have to download a bit of software, and the best bit of software to go in conjunction with an SDR dongle is called SDR #Studio. Well, if you go to the airspy.com website, airspy.com website, you can download the software free. And like I say, the advantage of an SDR dongle is you've got the visual ability to look at a bigger portion of spectrum all in one go. So you've got the ability to look at a 2 meg area, from 0 to 2 megahertz all in one go. And then you can quite happily go from 2 to 4 megahertz, or you can zoom in, and anything transmitting whatsoever that you're receiving by your little bit of wire dangling out your window or on the ground or wherever will appear as a line in a waterfall display. If people don't know what a waterfall display is, it's literally, that's why they call it a waterfall. Imagine a waterfall, sort of 3/4 of the way up your screen is a line, and it's like a cascading effect going downwards, normally in like a blue color. You can change it. And any transmission occurs, you will see a line coming down. You just scroll across and you're receiving that frequency. That's a very good way of determining if there's anything out there. So Tessie, if you want to write this down again, I'll just say it again. It's an SDR dongle. So it's a software-defined radio dongle. Go to the airspy.com website, and you download the software there, SDR #Studio. All the instructions are there, how to use it. If you want a little look at what it looks like, go to my channel, my YouTube channel, and I've got a video there as to what it looks like. So yeah, the other advantage of receive only using one of these dongles is giving you confidence that you're transmitting. So if you have got a radio set up, whatever it is, and you're transmitting and nothing is coming back to you, you can put a receiver out or use your SDR dongle, and every time you transmit, you'll see the transmission appear on your screen. So it's confirming to you that something is going out there, but you're just either on the wrong frequency or no one's hearing you at all. So yeah, they're definitely good pieces of kit, and they're also good for your own intelligence gathering as well. I've done another video on that somewhere, and what I mean by that is, not only do you want to know what is out there, is there anyone left, how many are left, how strong the signals are coming into your location, all this sort of stuff, but you could potentially start gathering information, writing it down as to what you're hearing. If you're starting to hear people talking about looting, you can start to build up a picture of where they're looting, what they're after, what they're coming after next, all their intentions, all this sort of stuff. So, I mean, that's definitely a good option is on the receive side. Any sort of receiver, SDR dongle. But yeah, I've seen other remarks in the comment section there, pigeons and so on. I wouldn't rule those out because they are still viable means of communication. They used them in World War One. So if you've got the ability to train a pigeon or a bunch of pigeons, and you just hope they're not going to fly away in one direction and never come back, then fine, use a pigeon. But you can also use other things. You know, you can use things like signal flares, smoke signals. You know, American Indians used to use those. Couriers. For instance, the film The Postman, post-apocalyptic scenario. Guy was going around delivering letters and stuff. Dead drops, where you leave a message somewhere. You know, you could say, I don't know, there's various permutations, but dead drops, you can put a mark on a big rock somewhere to signify, you know, if we're still here, the mark is there, and if we're not, we'll take the mark down. Social media, because you know, it could be a situation where a complete collapse hasn't happened. So social media is definitely a viable option, and it has been used many times, even though the infrastructure might be out. Let's say the 2004 tsunami, for instance. Most local cell phone towers have been destroyed by the tsunami. However, by the time people got into these localized aid stations, they had sort of landline and social media access. So you were able to transmit short messages via social media on Facebook and things like this to signify you were alive and you weren't missing. Or if you were looking for someone, you know, it works two ways. Social media, yeah, definitely an option.
PV, I found your video. I found your video about the SDR dongle. I put it in the chat.
Yeah, righto, no worries. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of there. I've got a couple about how to talk on the radio, how to be more secure on the radio, how to make a communications plan, what potential enemy people are doing, what information they're looking for. So yeah, just have a troll through. I did put them in a playlist, but I was playing about a couple of weeks ago and took them out. So the second star says, do you really believe that local gangs or groups will actually be talking on the radio frequencies that we will be using, or will they be using basic two-way radios instead? Either or. They'd probably be using handheld radios, more like the simple to use Baofengs, things like that. The Motorola handhelds in the 144 megahertz sort of range, because they're easy to use, and I can't see local gangs or groups of hoodlums, marauders, and ad hoc looters being any more organized than that. So yeah, and I'll talk about I'll go into that in a minute, actually, about sort of security side of it. But
yeah, that is really important, the security aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, you could also use scanners as well to monitor things, and the advantage of a scanner, which is obviously receive only, is the monitoring side of it. But the advantage of that is they can they scroll through a band of frequencies or a designated batch of frequencies, and they'll just stop straight away as soon as they find something. You know, so you can check for updates and survive and that sort of stuff. But yeah, so social media, where we've got signaling mirrors, and I would say a signaling mirror in a survival kit is a key piece of equipment, because for the return it will give you, for what a signaling mirror is, you're talking about 3-inch by 2-inch piece of glass or polished metal, plastic. You know, you're potentially going to save your life because it can be seen for miles. So
hey, Idaho Garden Girl, good to see you.
Idaho Garden Girl. So the return a signal and mirror is going to give you in a survival situation is it's worth its weight in gold, really.
Yeah, it is.
Whistles, another addition to a survival kit, for instance, because a whistle, you're blasting out on a whistle, whether it be Morse code or just blasting away, can be heard more than the average voice. You could use animals as a form of communication, like as I said earlier, pigeons, flags. We're going back. We're going back in technology here, back to the old ways, really. Semaphore. If
Yeah,
anyone knows semaphore, you
yeah,
don't have.
you
So
do waving with flags.
yeah,
It looks fun when you see skilled ones using it. What are they doing? They
well,
just waving.
the thing is, it's a skill, and you've got to be fully conversant with it to begin with. But not only that, you've got to have someone else to be able to receive what you're waving. Otherwise, you'll just look like an idiot on a hill waving a load of flags. What's he doing over there?
Get some more fresh air, perhaps.
And you can also another form of communication, which is like a passive form of communication, one-way form of communication, is some sort of signals and hobo signals. So people must have seen these. There's if you Google hobo signals, you'll come up with a big. There's about 20 odd plus of them. You got an X and a triangle and all this sort of stuff, and they mean something to hobos and stuff like this. And these days, they mean something to criminals as well.
Yeah,
ground to air signals, popping smoke, ranging all sorts of fashions, strobe lights, fireflies, all this sort of stuff. They're basic forms of comms that you could think about using to fall back on. Anything out of the ordinary, which is going to contrast against something else you could use, tap in on a pipe, all sorts of stuff. But when it comes to radio, that's what people think of when we're talking comms, really. And this is when it starts to get a bit more complex, and a bit more knowledge bound. It's more of a specialized area, because the average person, anyone can just grab a radio, push the mic and speak, and that's it. But beyond that, it's a bit more complex to get more efficient and this sort of stuff. So it's a bit more planning involved. And when you're talking about planning with comms, it can be quite basic, or it can be ultra detailed. And we like basic because in tense situations, no contact, no plan makes first contact with the enemy. You can make as detailed plan as you like, but it's going to go out the window because some sort of spanner has been thrown in the works. But you can plan quite. You can still plan, and things to consider before you're using a radio. Who do you want to talk to? What are the skill levels of the people you want to talk to? What equipment have you got? Is your equipment compatible with the person you want to speak to, and is it reliable? What mode are you going to speak to the person? Are you going to talk to him in Morse code, voice, data? We always used to do a three-tiered establishment in the army, and you would always establish comms in Morse code first of all, CW, carrier wave, because Morse code will get through anything. The lowest power of Morse code will still be heard in the worst of interference conditions. So we always used to establish in Morse code. Once you establish in Morse code, Then you go to voice. Then you establish more voice. Once you've done that, you then go to data. So your capability is going up all the time. The problem you've got in SHTF is, firstly, unless you're, not everyone knows Morse code. It's a skill. And you have to keep on top of that skill. Otherwise, you do get skill fade. So, there's still a big base of Morse code operators around the world. You go to the majority of the ham radio frequency bands on the lower end, the specific frequencies, and you'll hear Morse code. I do it every Sunday. So just be aware, you can be blatting out Morse code and the person on the other end may be able to hear you, but you wouldn't have a clue what to send back. Maybe illegible. So voice would be the next option. And it's simple as that. Yeah. Then you go on to data, which can involve basic symbols, pictures, and ultimately video and email. And there are ways of doing that. We'll talk about in a minute, I suppose. So then you got to consider power. Have you got enough? What power are you going to use in terms of transmitting power to establish communications? Or if you're talking about power to power the radio, have you got the power to do it? And if you're selecting a radio, then you'd want something which is going to not be power hungry. You'd want something that's going to be fairly efficient. Yeah, so Costa says there, what about power for the radios or CVs? Spare batteries, solar, etc. Well, right, I'll give you my take on it. Is all the radios I've got, I have specifically selected to run because they run on 12-volt power. So you can harvest batteries from vehicles. You can put it through a voltage regulator and get your power from solar panels, or straight from a 12-volt generator. So that's the thing to look for, really. You could be on. You could actually be bugging out on foot. If you are bugging out on foot, then you'll want a really low power, low consumption radio, which is easy to set up and operate. And that sort of setup is called a QRP radio. QRP is a Q code, which originates from Morse code, which means low power. So if anyone's interested in the type of radio you'd want to communicate for, and we're talking, I've got a QRP radio and it transmits less than 5 watts on 12 volts of power. I can regularly communicate to north of Sweden, Finland, Hungary, easily on a bit of wire, and all the way to the east coast of America. So you're talking 3,000 miles on something which is, it weighs just over a pound, and it uses 12 volts. It can fit into your pocket. And some of these things, that they're as big as a cigarette packet. And you're talking, milliwatts of power for thousands of miles of communication. So, if you want to look at those sort of rigs, they're quite cheap. They start off at $200 ish, American dollars, all the way up to the hundreds and hundreds. Yeah, so look at QRP radios. You'll see what I mean. But power isn't everything. You can have a rig with. I regularly hear someone, people pushing out hundreds of watts of power through their radio system, and they're just not getting any further than me. So to achieve an efficient establishment of comms, you've got to look at your whole system, from the frequency you're using to
And your antenna has
the
a
antenna system, the feeder to the
yeah.
antenna, so your coax, and it's all part of a whole system. And the most important part of that whole system, like you say, is the antenna. And you've got to get that right. Well, I'll go into that in a bit, I suppose, as well. So, how far you communicating will be another one. Range. Range will be determine the type of radio you're using, the type of frequency you're using, and the type of propagation you're using. Propagation, we're talking about how your radio waves are actually leaving your antenna. So, so generally you could split it up into sort of three parts. You've got localized communications. So you're talking about your Bofeng radio type frequencies, 144 megahertz. So your high VHF transmissions. You've got your low your UHF transmissions into your 440s. So that's sort of localized. So you're going to get sort of, without any talk through or relay station or repeater, you're going to be looking at 25 miles maximum, absolute maximum, really, if you're lucky. So that's sort of localized. Then you go into the regional sort of side of it, where you got you're talking about now into your ham radio sort of side of it now, where you're talking hundreds to the up to 1,000 miles sort of radio. And then beyond that, you're talking a bigger rig, bigger, more efficient antenna, well-established antenna, all cut to length and all this sort of stuff. And you're talking a couple of 1,000 miles there for a decent establishment. But like I say, power isn't everything. You don't want to start getting a rig and just wanting to shove hundreds of watts of power into it, because you're going to have the power supply to run that system. It's just too power hungry. You have to think in terms of efficiency. So
Yeah.
Anything, a ballpark figure, say anything above 30 megahertz, you're talking local and regional sort of distances. When you're talking below 30 megahertz into the HF spectrum, you're more the longer range then. HF has got its benefits in terms of you can hide more in the HF spectrum because of the noise levels. And you got to think about the terrain you're trying to communicate across as well.
Yeah, and the weather conditions too.
Yeah, so the terrain, you got to think about, is there a massive hill in the way, and you're trying to transmit sort of ground wave or surface wave, because it's going to mega interfere with your signal. Or you could position yourself, put it in your advantage, you could position yourself with a hill in between you and any sort of potential marauders or looters, to screen the signals that you're going to transmit. So it's a bit of a two-way thing. When you say weather, we're mainly talking space weather now. So this is in the realms of the frequency and your frequency prediction. So we're still in the planning phase here. We're asking ourselves these questions. What frequency are you going to transmit on? And if it's below the sort of 30 megahertz range, then it gets a bit more complex. Frequency prediction models may not be available, because there are frequency prediction models out there which will tell you the maximum usable frequency to establish an effective link from A to B, and the lowest usable frequency to establish a link. So Daryl there says, would it be possible to make up your own temporary towers for extending our ham radios and SHTF? Right, yes, you can. Some radios, not all radios have this capability, some radios have the ability to connect to other radios. And this is a tactic we used to do in the army. It's called a rebro, which is a rebroadcast station. And what you do is you get two radios, you deploy them on top of a hill, you plug them together, put them on two different frequencies, and the guy at the bottom of the valley will transmit. He'll transmit up to the hill. It'll be received at the hill, and it'll be retransmitted onto another frequency and beyond, so that you could extend your range, and B, you could get round large obstacles such as mountain ranges, hills, and it would make you be able to deploy in the valleys out of sight, as opposed to establishing a big headquarters on a hill, for instance. Problem is, it requires its own power supply. It has to be, someone has to be there with it to operate it. Aside from that, you're then talking in the realms of unattended repeaters and this sort of thing, which are available, but again, they're power hungry, and it's almost like the radio version of a mobile phone mast, cell tower. So yes, it's possible, but I wouldn't say it's feasible. It's very resource hungry, even in terms of manpower. So the bicycle powered alternator connected to a battery bank is the old school side, but it's still a usable power source. Yep, exactly. You can get hand crank generators for radios as well. Depends what situation you're in, you know, and they, you know, if you're going to get them beforehand, preempting any sort of SHTF situation, then fine, but they do cost a bit of money. So yeah, frequency prediction. You know, not a lot of frequency models will be available, if any. So you've got to go back to basics, and all this stems from the sun's sunspot count and the sun's solar weather and how it affects the ionosphere, because the ionosphere has got 3 or 4 different layers, and it's predictable to a certain extent. So you can predict it to the point in which, you know, is it day or night time? Is it summer or winter? Beyond that, it's down to experience and pot luck sometimes. Certain conditions sporadically will give you something called sporadic E, which is the E layer of the ionosphere, which will greatly extend your range, but you won't be able, you won't have a clue what the situation is in the ionosphere, to be honest. And if any sort of nuclear device has gone off, like an EMP or nuclear war, then the ionosphere is going to be, it's going to take a while for the ionosphere to get back to how it was. So you could be talking weeks to a couple of months. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows exactly how long that will take to re-establish itself. So if you're doing a sort of an ionospheric communication where your frequencies are refracting off the ionosphere, then frequency prediction is going to be a big one. So, you know, if you're working, it's a thing called, when you're talking about ionospheric transmissions, you know, these things refract off the ionosphere and bounce around the Earth, if you like. If you want to talk locally, i.e. within 500 kilometers of your location, you want to go sort of below 10 megahertz, around the 7 megahertz mark, because that's a mode called NVIS, or NVIS, near vertical incidence skywave, which means when you transmit, your signal goes straight up, straight down, which sounds a bit bizarre, but it goes straight up in a sort of, when it comes back down in a 300 to 500k sort of cone. the rest of the signal isn't sort of wasted elsewhere, if you like. So 7 megahertz is about the it's about the right sort of HF for that. And when we're talking in the ham radio sort of world now, we're talking in terms of meters, the meter bands. So the 7 megahertz range is in the 40 meter band. So 40 meter band radio would be sort of the ideal prepper band to use. If you're going to get a prepper radio, make sure it's got a 40 meter band capability. Yeah.
Here in Sweden, we have many years ago, back in the 70s and 60s, it was popular with the CB radios. But after a while, their popularity dropped. But now the CB radios here begin to be popular again.
Right. I've got a CB radio, and I would say they are definitely a key resource to get if you are, not really into radio sort of thing, because firstly, you don't need a license for it. It's in the 27 megahertz range, and that's a really well selected and good frequency range. It's on the high end of the HF spectrum, so your antenna isn't going to be long. It's a nice short antenna. At the moment, we're restricted to 4 watts of output in Britain. I think that's more or less the same elsewhere. And it's just push to talk, and that's it. Away you go. You basically turn it on, select your frequency, channel 9 or channel 19 for emergencies, and you speak away. I've got to say though, like you said there, Shadow, it has dwindled away a lot. The film Convoy was the big sort of kicker that initiated it all for people in Europe. Everyone had a CB radio. Everyone was blurting it out. A lot of people started to use all these big amps. They're called burner amplifiers, which ramp the power right up. Some up to 20 odd plus watts. Problem is, a burner with CB amps, they completely destroy every other part of the radio spectrum, and it blocks everyone else out. So efficiency is always the key. Yeah. The CB radios are definitely a good thing to have.
That is something I have in mind to buy myself a CB radio.
Right, and the good thing about them, they're cheap as well, very cheap.
Yeah.
In Britain, for instance, £75 will get you a CB radio, and you're talking a digital one as well, and another £20 will get you an antenna, and then you just get a car battery, and away you go. Like I say, no license required. What I found with mine though, I've had mine about 8 years or so, is that when I first got it, I thought, right, here we go, plugged it up, started talking away on it, but I wasn't receiving anyone. I was starting to think there was something wrong with the set, but it was because there was no one else using it. And that was down towards south of England. And when I'm moving around the country, there was other people there, and the people do still use it. The only problem with CB radio is it's a bit of a lawless thing to use, really, in terms of, on the ham radio side, it's an ordered, structured thing. Everyone's got their own call sign. They know the frequencies to stick to. They know when to pause, give someone else a chance to transmit, and so on and so on. CB is just a free-for-all. People swearing and, talking about all sorts of stuff, and it's just ridiculous. But if you want to know what's going on and you can talk freely, you've got to pick up the set, turn it on, push to talk, away you go. But you are restricted to your frequencies. And because the limited amount of channels, those channels could get congested quite quick. And if you want to talk and you know, bit more discreetly, then it's not really the way to go. You're going to have to start adopting other methods. So yeah, but you got, the key is that you got to have a backup plan. Don't rely on just one method of communication. Have a backup plan in case your primary method fails. Consider the low-tech methods. You could even, you know, resort back to face-to-face communication, the grapevine, so to speak.
Yeah.
But if I was to pick, well, there's so many radios out there now, and a lot of them are really expensive. You're talking, if you're talking US dollars, we're talking $600, $700, $800, $900 plus for the sort of ideal golden solution.
Yeah.
Icon radios, the Kenwood radios, the Yaesu FT891, that would be a good radio because it covers everything, HF all the way through to UHF. You know, you can get 100 watts out of these things. And you got the odd arguments of, you know, you can't transmit unless you got a license at the moment with some of these radios. But in SHTF and post-collapse situation, who cares? Who's going to be there to enforce anything? The only problem with that is you won't have, you won't be conversant with what works, what doesn't work, what frequencies work, what frequencies will get you to A to B, and all this sort of stuff. So it's a skill. HF definitely is a skill that you've got to practice and build up. For instance, like I say, every Sunday I'll get my radios out and play with them. I know what frequencies I can talk to Hungary on easily. I know what frequencies I can talk to Sweden on, or Finland on, Iceland. I know what time of day and frequency I can talk to the East Coast of America on, all with low power. And we're talking sub 5 watts of power here. So it's, you know, yeah, software-defined radio. Vanessa says there, most of them nowadays will be SDRs. Basically, there's a digitized system involved in the computer side, but yeah, these new SDR radios are, the clarity is great. All the filters there are in place to cut out interference. Your voice is converted to a digital signal and all sort of stuff. It's a really good way to go. Not many, well, there are, but SDR is the way to go. So, you know, quite a lot of factors there, and people are thinking about selecting a different type of radio. Well, the principles are the same. You know, I would advise people to, at the basic level, just get the low-level ham radio course done, because it teaches you all the basic fundamentals and theory, and it allows you to, opens up the doorways then to legally talk on various frequencies. You can get to know what works, what doesn't work, play about with antennas, all this sort of stuff. So, you know, in America, various radios are called different things in Europe and America and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
In America, you got GMRS, General Mobile Radio Service.
GMRS here is illegal. You can't use them here.
GMRS?
Yeah.
Right.
You can't use them. They are illegal.
In America, you've got GMRS will give you 50 watts, up to 50 watts of power. You do need a license for them, and it will give you something like 22 channels, something like that. They're in the UHF range, so it's 460 odd meg. Over it, though, you know, so that's a good power for weight ratio. You get a good bang for your buck.
Hey, Gil, good to see you, brother.
Hang on, my Oh, had some sound coming. There we go. Got
Hey,
it.
Gil, how you doing?
Yeah.
All right. Then you got the PMR radio, so that's your basic level of radio, really. Yeah, but you're really restricted. You're talking about half a watt of power. You don't need a license for it. 446
Yeah,
megs.
Yeah, I have a
Limited.
PMR radio.
Yeah, limited amount of channels, and if you're lucky, if you're really lucky, you'll get 5 mile out of it. If you're stood on top of a 300-foot mast over water.
Yeah, I caught a little bit about what you're saying about here in the U.S. and stuff. Yeah, I'm a general class ham radio operator. I participated in I set up the Boy Scout of America Share program, which is the sharing ham radio and amateur radio experience.
Right,
the Scout program. About almost 20 years ago now. But so you have your FRS radios here in America, which is your family radio service, which all the ones you can buy at Walmart, Home Depot, all the stores and stuff. Those are frequency channels on there is 1 through 14.
Is that similar to our PMR?
Never heard of PMR here in the US.
Right. Yeah. Called something different.
So,
here we got.
You mentioned GMRS. GMRS radios cover everything in FRS plus another 20 some odd channels.
Yeah.
You no longer need a license to use GMRS, in the United States. It used to be it was like a CB radio. You just sign up for it and it's good for life. You don't need it unless you're using a GMRS repeater, which is just you just fill out the paperwork, send it in. Ham radio, you do not need a license to listen to, and you can buy a ham radio without a license. You just can't talk on it unless you have a license.
Yeah. Unless
we're in a declared emergency, or you are in an emergency situation where you are calling for emergency response personnel.
Yeah.
There is still CB here. CB is still big. That's citizen band radio, and that's what the truckers were using for years and years and still using. That was at the time was depending on the frequency. I mean, not frequency, on the power wattage, determined whether or not you need to have filled out a little card and sent it in saying, this is my handle, this is what I'm going to be doing. And, but if you're just using the CB walkie-talkie, you didn't need it. It's only when you got up into the mobile base stations and stuff in the trucks that had more power, you needed to fill out that card.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't realize you can actually get a handheld CB radio, which has got quite useful.
Yeah, we got those for Christmas when we were 8 and 9. My brother and I. He was 8. I was not 9 and almost 10 when we got those. And then the next year I got a base station which took 8 D-cell batteries, had a little bit more power, but still wasn't required to do anything with it. But and those old CB handhelds and the CB base stations you could get that were battery powered have more power and better range than the FRS and some GMRS radios.
Right. So sounds like
this
FRS.
is a PMR. This is a PMR radio.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like FRS is the same as PMR here, which is
probably is. It has what it has. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like if you're out in the football field, you got good clearance, but if you're in the same distance apart in the city park where lots of trees are around, it cuts down. If you go around the corner of a big cement building, forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay if you're just around the corner or you're just out of sight of someone.
Yeah, it's funny. It's so funny. They say up to 21 miles of transmitting. Yeah, from this peak to this peak with nothing in between, you can hit 21 miles.
Yeah, people have got to realise that the quoted figures on some of these radio packs that they buy might look convenient and good and attractable, up to 10-mile range and 20-mile range, but it's absolute sanitized conditions, and you're not going to achieve that in real time at all.
What's interesting is something most people don't know about when it comes to several different things with communication. One company is called GoTenna, and it's mesh. Go Tenna mesh, and it's a kind of a Bluetooth type system that you have these little devices, and I've done a video on it. Corsair Trainers did a video on it, and basically you link your phones to them, and if you have several of these set up, or on people, or set up in an area, if you have like a big ranch or whatever, you can just set those out there with a little small solar charger on it, and you can use your phones like a walkie-talkie to communicate with other people on the system. And then there's a couple other ones that are coming out doing the same thing. So you do your research before you just blindly buy one of these. But what's interesting with ham radio, there's something called I'm just had a brain fart. It's digital. Shoot.
DMR.
No. It's
SDR dongle. Playing charades.
Yeah, I've written about it and stuff in my novels and stuff. But I'm having a brain fart here, folks. It's basically digital, so it's on 220, 440, 2 meter, and 6 meter frequencies, and basically it digitizes it. So if someone with a regular ham radio, they can't listen into it, but it's also internet based as well. D-Star, that's it. D-Star.
Yeah.
And basically, it's you can do like a ham radio, unit to unit, simplex, or you can hook up what's called a gateway. The gateway is sort of like a repeater, but it's internet based. So if you can go in, one of the guys was introducing me to it there in California. We're at the John Muir house there in Martinez, and he goes, "Watch this." He goes in, punches in, and he punches in the code for the D-Star antenna up on Mount Diablo. Then he punches in for the one back east where his buddy is, back in Illinois. And he punches that one in, and then it did a little chirp thing, whatever. And then he called his buddy. Did about 3 times. Finally, his buddy answered up. And what it was doing, it was going from his radio to the gateway on Mount Diablo through the internet, out the gateway in Illinois, and broadcasting out there. That's kind of slick.
Yeah, they're becoming more popular here. Yeah, it's a bit of a unique path for some people.
Yeah, and the thing is, what's interesting, it's open source. But here in the United States and in Japan, the main company doing it is Icon. That makes the radios for it. Some others are starting to make radios for it, but that's it. But that was the entire state of Utah. The entire state is covered with D-Star. They got on it and they put gateways in across the entire state, so that they for emergency use. And that's what mainly it's used for is for emergency use. Just about every CERT program here in CERT is the Community Emergency Response Team program here in the United States, and every team in Utah has several D-Star ham radio operators there, so they can use that to get if they're out doing search and rescue out in the upper reaches of the Grand Canyon or Zion Park, or out in the middle of the salt flats out there looking for somebody they can still communicate. Boom. But that's and you're not going to have everybody on it like you are regular ham radio.
Yeah, there's many options out there available.
Yeah,
people could select things from Maritime mobile radios, regular ham radios, and there's many of those, and some gets quite expensive, or they could even opt for a really low-level intercept-proof type system, like a regular field phone or landline phone.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to connect farm to farm, or homestead to homestead, or neighbor to neighbor to, I'll ring you if something goes on.
Yeah.
Personal locator beacons, satellite phones, which are excellent, and some of them like the Spot system that you can have text messaging going on there.
Yeah.
But all these things have got pluses and minuses, and some of them can get quite expensive. Not only that, some of them can be out of people's knowledge base, should I say, because unless you're using these things quite often and all the time,
you forget.
It's okay to use them, but when you come across a problem, you have to be able to fault find and this sort of thing.
Yeah. There is one other thing with the FRS frequencies. I'm trying to remember it. I got 4 sets of these radios around here. It's they call it frequency hopping, which is the the original military scrambling. And basically, what it is, you have the 14 FRS frequencies. But what it does is it has 100 preset programs into it. And what it does is it'll, in a microsecond, will bounce around to about 20 different frequencies every second. So you're not on one frequency. And because it's hitting all the frequencies, you get better distance. You get better communication around trees, buildings, and stuff like that. And if you have the neighborhood kids on their FRS radio, blah, 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 you can talk clearly on it because you're not on the frequency they're on all the time. It's just a micro burst on that one, but so you say the word hello, and it probably hits all the frequencies 3 times.
Yeah, we got similar things here, but they're not our FRS equivalent, which is PMR, doesn't cope with that sort. That doesn't transmit in that sort of way.
Hey, Bob, good to see you.
Hey, guys.
We're talking more of automatic link establishments, frequency hopping. So sort of roll into one these days, and the shorter range ones use a lot of DSSS, direct sequence spread spectrum, which is an excellent. That's what the military use for their patrol-to-patrol propagation, and it's basically the transmission is within the noise band.
Good to see you, man.
And within the noise level, so it's a low probability of interception. But things like that are going to be out of the scope of many people unless they're specifically looking for them, and they're going to be expensive. And
if I can
overall, this direct sequence spectrum and that form of propagation is going to be more of the short range stuff as well. The longer range will be the automatic link establishment type stuff.
If I can put in something here that doesn't involve radios.
Some of these things take a lot of coordination as well.
Okay.
Something that
Bob,
I have used in 2020 during the George Floyd riots. It doesn't involve radios.
It's just, there's a couple of really good alternative methods out there, such as into these motorcycle communication intercoms, which like mini radios. And many of them work off of Bluetooth transmission, but there are some which work through a mesh system like the Go Tenor. And they've got up to 2 mile range, realistic range. They quote them like 5 miles, but realistically 2 mile. They're very good.
If I can finish, please allow me to finish. This is simple that anyone can do this. I used it during the George Floyd riots. I was at home with my daughter. My wife and son were at work all those days. And what I did was I coordinated the Washington State Department of Transportation traffic cameras and our cell phones. And I knew what time that both of them were going to go to work and get off work. And I would check the the Department of Transportation cameras and look for any traffic backups, because BLM and Antifa was stopping the highways and going out on the highways and assaulting people inside their cars. So I coordinated with that, and I would say, State Route 410 is stopped. Take an alternate route. Take the old West Valley Highway or whatever. I did that every single time they left for work, and they didn't go anywhere other than to work and home. We already had food here and all that stuff. Just you don't necessarily have to go all the high frequency radios or whatever. Keep it as simple as possible, and it worked, because nobody in my family got assaulted or injured, but that's how we handled a real shit hit the fan emergency in 2020. It was a real one, or I would check the cameras and I'd look for brush fires set next to the highways. They were lighting fires all over the state. And I'd tell them, there's a fire on 512, there's a fire on I-5, there's a fire on Highway 18, and tell them to go around, find another route.
That works really good, Bob.
Yeah, I knew somebody would say something. When the grid,
No, I have a grid, but it all takes is if the
okay, I know you're going to come up with an exception. You've got to trump me every time. I know how you are.
No, Bob. I'm saying
this is a situation that worked.
That's a very good one. That's a very good one.
This
Bob.
is a situation that worked for me, and it's very simple to use.
But
and I'll use it again.
Yeah, if we get into a situation where other things happen, where the phone system goes down, whether it's a substation being flooded or a substation being thrown fire.
But it didn't happen.
It didn't happen with yours. But if it does, there's other things you need to have backup plans. That was a very good plan, Bob. Very good plan. But we need to have second plans, plan B, plan C, when other things go on. But yeah, that was excellent, Bob. I wouldn't have thought about that. That was excellent.
But just keep stuff simple.
Yeah.
Keep stuff simple. And also, if all that other stuff fails, whatever, pray. Yeah, you might laugh at that, but have faith.
No, I'm just saying, it's like how many people are going to go, right, I'm going to pray for them to come home safely. Well, hey, you never know how well prayer works. Prayer works.
I do.
So, Bob, how did you set that up?
What's that?
When you was coordinating with other people, was that a pre-planned thing?
It was, and like I would just contact my wife and my son that before they went to work, and I kept a tab open on the main highways in my area for the Department of Transportation cameras. And I would just go to, I knew what time they're going to start work, and I knew what time they're going to get off work, and I would start looking all around for any traffic to stop,
Yeah, right.
Right, and then just send them a text message, because I know that they're at work and they can't answer the phone, but they can sure as hell check their text messages. Highway 512 has got a fire next to it. Take Highway 18. I-5 has got a backup. Go the other route. And one thing that I did with the whole family years ago was I taught them all the back roads. Years ago. That's really important, to find more than one way to be able to go from home to work and back, and especially to home to get the food, things like that. But that's how I coordinated it. It starts years ago,
This is the sort of thing people have got to do. They've got to think outside the box, be bold enough to start it and initiate it, and people can build on that as well. Other people can jump in and because if you're only one person trying to do that sort of thing, you're limited as what you can do.
But also, like example is that my wife and my son are in medical, and the staff that they work with, they communicate with each other, and one will get a text message from her husband that this is not possible, or this is blocked off, and the word spreads among the staff. So they talk to each other. Then I send information to my wife and my son, and then they relay that information among the staff. Right. Works well.
Okay.
Keep it real simple.
About the Morse code thing down here. Interesting thing about that, and for use with ham radio or any other radio that they have for your computer. They have programs where you can type in something in and hit convert, and it'll send. And if it's hooked up to your ham radio or a MRS radio or whatever, and it broadcasts it in the Morse code out. And if someone on the other end has the same setup, it'll receive it and it'll translate it. So you can actually just use a program without a radio, just with a scanner to listen to it, and from the speaker it'll translate the Morse code for you, so you can hear what people are sending Morse code. You can actually read it on your screen. That's another option there for basic Morse code.
Yeah, I've got problems with that sort of thing. It's the fact that people using that sort of thing, if they're transmitting to someone who is a hand operator, not using an automatic reader, they tend to send so fast it becomes, they have to slow right down for the actual operator because they're just sending too quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they are good things. The encoders and decoders are good things, definitely. And you could even get to the point where you could burst transmit to someone that you've established to and start sending at 80 words a minute odd and condensing your transmission time down.
Yeah, like packet radio.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. The problem with Morse code is, like I said earlier, there's a lot of people who are using it at the moment for the hobby side of it. But if anyone's learning it, it's hard to get up to a competent level of speed, maintain it.
Yeah.
It took me
Morse
2
code
years.
is something is something you have to use all the time, because with that there is a lot of muscle memory and brain memory that if you're not using it, it's like, okay, what was that word, and or if you use it constantly, you're more competent in picking up on everything as it goes along. Yeah,
it's easy to learn, but there's various stages. Once you know it, you'll never forget it.
Yeah,
it's a case of you'll slowly lose your speed. So if you are competent at 15, 20 words a minute, and you haven't done it for 5 years, you won't be able to just go back into it and receive 15, 20 words a minute. You'll be back down to 10 words a minute or so on. You have to build yourself back up. It's a mental thing. It's a completely different language, and there's stages to it. So people learn the characters to begin with, and then when they're receiving it, they'll learn the individual letters at speed, up to a certain speed, and say we're in the 18 to 20 words a minute mark. When you start getting faster than that, you don't recognize the individual characters anymore. You're recognizing the whole words, and that's when you're into the realms of real fast reception there.
Yeah,
it's not an easy thing to do, but just people just got to slow down when they're sending and receiving Morse. I see it all the time. Loads of people can just hand send 30, 40 minutes words a minute, but at the other end, you're going to be 15 to 18 words a minute, really.
Yeah.
Send slower than required.
Some other thoughts on communication is some really old school Navy communication, but you got to have line of sight, and that's semaphore. Using the flags.
Yeah.
They actually used to teach that in the Boy Scouts. They don't have that anymore. But then there's other ways of communicating when you're not around, and you want to communicate a message like, all right, we've evacuated and we've gone to to location such and such. And at the house, you have pre-planned signals to put up, like 2 flower pots have been moved up onto the arm railing, or you put out a different football team flag hanging out, or you change something around. So when someone comes up and they go, oh, nobody's there, let's go to this point. And they don't even stop to go in the house.
Yeah, like a dead drop or a passive form of signaling.
Yeah, and it's just right there. It's very passive. Nobody else knows what's going on. They say so, but those that do, they come up to the house And especially if there's a danger in the house, thing like, all right, gas leak, whatever, you have a signal, don't enter, go to here, and you put that signal out, whatever it is, however you come up with it, and that way you avoid people stopping and they just go on to the next location.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so if we're talking radios, people have got to consider the power requirements, and I'd opt for a DC 12-volt DC power. Otherwise, people are going to start to need an inverter, voltage regulators, generators. And power will be critical. When if the grid goes down, you'll someone start using a radio.
That's one thing I really like about your basic solar power. Most of the panels you can buy, like off of Amazon and any place else, they're 12 volt.
Yeah. And
you get yourself a 12-volt battery, and you just hook your panel with a little charge control so you don't overcharge your battery to the battery, and you just put the clips for the power cable on the battery to your radio, and you're good to go.
Yeah, you definitely, and that's definitely a good idea, because you've then got a complete extension of power supply, then solar panel, voltage regulator, your 12-volt battery, which can be harvested from many vehicles, and that's it. You're in. And I mean, people don't have to. When you're talking about communicating, these people, the general public, have got to realise that you're not dedicated. You don't have to dedicate one person to use this equipment. You don't have to be there 24/7. You can set up times in which you're going to be on the air, schedules, we call it, schedules. I'm trying to simplify my words here because people might not be conversant with what we're saying. There is so people might, you might say, okay, I'll transmit at 8 till 9 in the morning, and then 7 till 8 in the evening. And that'll be my schedule of opening activity, if you like. There is a thing I come across recently for preppers, and some preppers devised this plan. It's called the 333 radio plan. I don't know if you've come across it at all.
I haven't heard of the 333 radio plan, but I've been retired for 5 years, so.
Right. I only come across it the other day. I'm just trying to call up, just find it again, because it's the first time I came across it. I have to Google it again. Stand by.
Yeah, one of the things too in setting up times and stuff, it's not times where you're broadcasting, but times where you're going to be listening. Like if you're it's like, hey, we'll be listening every evening from 6 to 7:30 when you're having meal time, or in the morning for breakfast time. You have preset meal times, and you have a radio there in the kitchen. You say, we'll be listening at these times as well.
Right, here we go. The 333 Prepper Radio Plan. And this is one of those really good ideas that everyone forgets and hardly anyone's heard of. So it's probably pretty much pointless, but you could agree with another group somewhere along the line, I suppose, if it ever came to it. The 333 Radio Plan is you turn on your radio every 3 hours for at least 3 minutes on channel 3, whatever channel 3 is.
Sounds more like a CB or for FRS, GMRS, PMR.
And it says here, so the plan is at the top of the hour, each 3 hours. So noon, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. So it's every 3 hours. Midnight, 3 a.m., 6 a.m., and 9 a.m. So you've got to have a dedicated person waking up at 3 a.m. For at least 3 minutes, you turn on your radio. And even if you don't make a call yourself, you listen for at least 3 minutes if you have sufficient battery power. Yada, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm.
So, it all sounds good on paper, but really...
I've heard of something similar to that, but it wasn't called... Someone took a thing of setting that up and set it for the 333. And basically, it was like you set up your frequency, and you will monitor your frequency at certain times for a certain limited time frame. And specifically, one of the things that was set up for is that so you're not always broadcasting where someone could backtrack you, on and off and stuff. But you just on a quick thing, and you have immediately, if there's traffic and stuff, then you go to a different channel to communicate on. This is sort of like your listening channel, and then you go, all right, we're going to go from 2 meter. Okay, well, we're going to switch over to 220 to a preset frequency on 220, and you go there to carry on your communication.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people got to
be ingenious.
Yeah, not only come up with novel things, but if their intention is to call a group or a person up in SHTF or complete collapse, then they've got to come up with some sort of pre-made, pre-agreed plan, whatever that's going to be, whatever frequency that's going to be on, mode, and so on.
Yeah. And one of the things when it comes to, you're talking SHTF or a Tawaki situation, your communication plan needs to be written down, and copies need to be given to those who are going to be using it. Yeah. Now I've had some people say, "Oh yeah, we'll just put it on a thumb drive." And what if the power is out or whatever, and their computer isn't working where they can't access that file to see what those are? So it actually needs to be a written out, typed out, printed out, whatever. It doesn't, they can print small, small binder like little things, about the size of something like this, a pre-printed little thing, and you just set it up and you can go with it. But you got to realize also, even though it's written, a communication plan is still a living plan. Things change, new technologies come in. You learn something about the frequencies you've chosen. It's like, oh crud, there's this new hand club on this frequency. We got to change one of the frequencies now. And so you got to keep your plan up to date, viable, and check it and test it. You got to test it.
I did a video on this, and it was basically how to make a simple communications card, which is a simple comms plan written down on a small bit of paper, distributed to everyone, so that everyone knows who people are, who to speak to, what the code words are, if you're going to have any code words, what frequencies there are. And above all, which always perplexes people, is some form of simple loss of comms plan or no comms plan. So, whatever that's going to be, if you lose comms for more than an hour, you've got to define what loss of comms is for a start off. You go to the primary frequency on the hour to the half hour, secondary frequency hour, half hour to the hour, and so on. But it can be whatever, people will use their imagination. But the key thing is, like you say, as long as everyone is briefed, they're all on the same song sheet, they all know how to use the equipment, they've got some form of discipline. And in the army, we used to use a term, and everything revolved around this term. It all stems back from something called SAD: security, accuracy, and discipline. So you've got to have some form of security in place, no matter what level of security that is. It could be code words or nicknames or fully fledged coded systems like one-time figure pads, all the way through to accuracy. Be accurate, because if you're not accurate, then it starts causing confusion, starts encouraging people to ask you for repetition of call, and say again, and what did you say? I said to you, say again, all this sort of stuff. And people have got to have discipline as well. Discipline in their voice procedure, discipline in the way they're using the radio, their power, all the way through. Mm-hmm. So that was the core fundamental principles that everyone used to work from and still do in the British Army. SAD: security, accuracy, and discipline.
And one of the things they teach it, depending on the ham radio club here in the U.S., because radio clubs are all over the place, is how to take and repeat messages, and they have special forms and stuff. So you fill everything out, and then you repeat it back to the person, make sure you got accuracy. Then you pass it on.
Right. Yeah.
So you're not asking them to repeat everything all the time. You just go through, you take it all down, you go confirmation, and you go through and you read it back to them. They say confirmed, and then you pass it on to whoever they were supposed to pass it on to, whether it's walking it over to the sheriff's department or getting on a different frequency and sending it to someone out of state where they don't have out of state communications, but you do.
Yeah. So you're not getting any distortion of information.
Yeah.
There's a famous saying, I can't remember what it is, but
it's a game. You get everybody sitting in a circle. You whisper something to someone's ear. They turn and whisper the message, and it goes around. And by the time it gets back to the first one, it's like, "What? That's not what I said.
Yeah.
I had said nothing about Betty Davis."
Bring fourpence and send to a dance or something like that. It was the classical one. Yeah. So I mean, going back to the basic principles, people want to all about communication, especially SHTF plus, then pick your radio wisely, formulate a plan. There's so many radios out there. People try and sell people all sorts of fandango equipment, and it all comes down to your complete system. Basically, you power your radio, your feeder line goes to your radio, your antenna system, and all these sorts of things. I mean, I bet a lot of people are unaware that you actually need a different length of antenna for a different frequency.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I was a couple of weeks ago, I decided to have a little experiment. So I made my own antenna. And basically what it was, I got a 3-pin plug cable, power cable.
Mm-hmm.
I stripped the blue neutral and the brown live wire out of it and made my own dipole. And I was sending comms backwards and forwards to a guy in Hungary. And, it can be as simple as that.
Yeah. Well, the old-fashioned TV antenna cable here in the United States, had 2 lines in it. It was a flat cable about 3/4 of an inch wide, and on the outside edge were the 2 copper leads in it. And we've made a lot of J-pole antennas on that. You just measure up, okay, cut it here, cut out a section there, and so you have the one length is 4 foot, the other one's about 20 inches, 22 inches, whatever, and you connect your antenna feed onto the end of it, and you just hang it up, and you got yourself a 2-meter J-pole.
Yeah,
and
it's a lot of thing when it comes to, especially the beginner, when they enter the radio world, so to speak, is the baffling amount of different antennas people throw at them because they all want to come up with a unique inverted L, a double folded dipole, and a loop, and all this sort of crap. But simplest form of antenna, my go-to antenna, always simple to do, is just a simple dipole. You cannot go wrong. It's cut to the specific length.
Yeah.
Really efficient. The only downside is you got to keep changing the lengths unless you don't tune a dipole really.
Yeah.
I've tried all sorts, and I always go back to a dipole. It's a good fail-safe and easy to make. Like I said, you can just get literally any old bit of wire, and away you go. I've communicated various places using barbed wire, but it's a bit of a rough and ready thing.
The other thing what CB just said that it was up there for a second. In the beginning, a lot of people aren't going to know what's happening and stuff. You don't have to have a transmitter as part of your, for your communications plan for the very beginning. If you scanners and just radio, here they have the NOAA weather radios here in the U.S. And there's somewhere you can receive information so you know what's going on when the internet goes down, when the cable TV goes down, when the only thing that's operating is ham radios, AM radio, FM radio. You want to be able to pick up these ways that people will be broadcasting, so that you can gain that information, so you know what you need to do.
Yeah, we was talking about receivers earlier, and I mentioned it to a really good, small, cheap receiver you can get is an SDR dongle, which has got a good stair range, and it also gives you confirmation that you're actually transmitting if you want to test out your own kit. Playtime Wrestling Foundation, hello. Yeah, there's some wonderful, unique things out there, and when it comes to comms, I always say don't be afraid to experiment, because you'll be surprised what actually works and what you can actually get through with.
Yeah.
Here comes the air police and fire scanner apps on my phone. All right. They're difficult to do here because our emergency services, police, fire, ambulance, security services, they all use a digital secure system now, which is you can't really scan through clear frequencies anymore to do it.
Yeah, here it's getting that way too, for because there were people were getting on analog and trying to jam them, so they went to the digital and stuff, and they used the National Security Act to say, no, we're not telling you what our digital frequencies are. Yeah, nope, sorry. People tried screwing with it, so no, we're not going to put that information out there.
Yeah. I mean, when you're onto the you're going into the realms of electronic warfare now, where you've got the other side, which are trying to intercept and gain information from people, because they may know, someone. It's not always the good guys with the scanners. Bad people out there listening for people with loose lips, giving away their position, talking about how much gear, equipment, ammunition, food, and water they've got, and they'll be onto you and ambushing you if they can to get what you want. And in fact, I did another video on this.
Yeah,
the information people are after, basically, and there's various things people can do to mitigate against it.
One of the things to consider too on that is if we've gone downhill into the really bad situation. I mean, we're talking the really bad stuff. You got roving gangs out there trying to raid people and get their.
Yeah.
And I froze again. One of the things is you don't broadcast from your home base per se. I have a friend of mine who lives up north. He's over the years has collected a lot of wire and stuff, both cables and stuff like that. He has a 10-mile line set up to the National Forest to a peak away from his house, where he has antenna set up. So when he broadcasts, he's not broadcasting from his house. He's broadcasting from 10 miles away up on a peak, which gives him a better footprint. And it took him years to get all this, gather up all this cable and stuff. But it's up there, and he can broadcast from there. And that way, if someone's trying to, backtrack him where he's broadcasting from, say, all right, we're going to go raid this guy.
Yeah,
they're 10 miles off.
Yeah, well, I mean that's in the realms of intercept and direction finding, and for the average thug who's unless you've got specific equipment, where you know how to rig up some sort of narrow beam receive antenna, which you could make a rudimentary direction finding antenna like they do when they're tracking animals, then it's going to be out the scope of many people, but it's still a possibility. The thing is, you're more likely to give away your location, your intentions, your stores, and how many people there with all your gear by or through people who aren't very well trained or who have slipped up by saying, we'll meet you at the crossroads at junction 3 with all the gear, the fully stocked vehicle in 5 minutes. that sort
Yeah.
of thing. And that's where the discipline came into it. You see,
Yeah.
and it easily mitigated through the use of rudimentary code words, for instance, or nicknames, predetermined words or phrases, just to hide the true identity of what people are talking about.
One of the things that comes to mind was something I learned years ago, and I totally forgot about it. You just mentioned it. We used to take the Thomas Brothers book in the United States here. It's a map book, very, very good map book. And you can get them for cities, counties, states, multiple states. And it's got numbers and alphabet on it for the setting up grids and stuff. And you communicate a message using the numbers and stuff, but we wouldn't say what it is. We just say, read it off, and be confirmation, got it, whatever. And we just go to the book, and we go to the page, to the grid, and figure it all out. We wouldn't do everything in order. Like the page number may be last instead of first. And that way you set it up so they go, oh, okay, we're meeting here. And you go, okay, go through the book. Oh, okay, I know where we're going to. I bet no one else does unless they know your code.
Yeah, definitely. And anything like that, this is where people can become creative then. But you definitely, anything that hides or substitutes words, or disguises locations and so on is definitely a good way to go.
Yeah.
Only thing people have got to be aware of with that is the more times you use a code word or a phrase that substitutes a location or something, the more likely someone's going to figure out what it is. So, again, people have got to be pre-briefed in this sort of thing. And this sort of thing, I should imagine, CR says, PV said that word I love. Go on, CR, tell me what it is. I can imagine this sort of, you're not going to be this sort of thing, this sort of comms plan. I can imagine that going out of your safety area, your boundaries of safety, or your boundaries of your house or your farm, homestead, is going to get a bit precarious if there's people like that out there. So, you can spend a lot of time pre-training, pre-briefing, planning this sort of thing, these excursions.
All right, I want to answer Stephanie's question here. All right, he backs up against national forest land, where and it's really rugged area, so people aren't out there that much going around. But he runs a combination of buried and aerial line. So in some areas he'll bury it, and then he runs it up and runs it for between trees going up there, and then back buried again. So like I said, it took him years to do this, and he has a large set of land himself too. So he's on one side of his land, the national park or national forest is on the other side. So he runs it out that way there. But there is it took, like I said, it took him years to get it all set up. And of course, he's had times where a tree, a tree is blown down or a branch is blown down, taken out of his line. He had to go up there and find it and repair it.
Of course, if people have got all this comms gear, they've obviously spent a lot of time and effort researching what they're going to buy. They've spent a lot of money gathering this equipment. They've had some sort of training, and they've thought about how they're going to use it. Some people may have taken a lot of time to study and get a license.
Mm-hmm.
And people have then got to consider the likely threats that could impact the actual equipment itself. So I'd advise people to get some sort of Faraday cage for the actual radios themselves.
Yeah.
And if you got 2 or 3 radios, fine. Put your 3 radios in your Faraday box or cage, and use one for training. Don't have them all out in one go, because your eggs in one basket sort of thing can be lost quite easy.
Yeah, I like the new technology. Well, it's new. It's been out for a while, but it's becoming available to the public. Are these? It's sort of like a Mylar bag, but it's heavy duty made for electromagnetic interference and protection. They're calling them Faraday bags, and they come in different sizes. I mean, you can put a big desktop and some other stuff in the biggest bags, and so you can really sort stuff out to protect your small stuff, and you can put that bag inside of your your metal box that you're going to store somewhere else too, and it gives it double protection. But a friend of mine here sells them, and he actually took a radio, put it in there, stuck it in the microwave, turned it on for a minute, took it out, and the radio worked.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of you can get holdalls now which do the same sort of thing. They are getting bigger and presumably more effective. Who knows until it actually happens? I prefer the metal box scenario.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too. When it comes to like a CME from the sun causing an EMP pulse and taking it out, I've seen so many people talking about, and some writers talking about it, is, oh, we got hit. Okay, 5 minutes later, all right, it's over. All right, let's get our gear out. And sorry, but if you look back about the Carrington effect, that thing lasted for hours upon hours.
Yeah. And
they don't know, but actually lasted for days because of the magnetic pulse circling the globe and the weakening until it's finally gone.
Well, you're more likely to if you destroy your radio equipment if you're plugged into a long antenna with a CME because of the reception effect.
Yeah.
It's
all that wire builds up a charge.
Yeah, but not only that, if your location is next to say a car park which is full of cars, if you're 200 foot in the air and you look down, you are a big collection site there because you've got a big series of metal components around you.
Yeah, ground zero plane.
Yeah. And so hemp, high altitude EMPs, solar flares. Solar flares are going to probably, the key thing with that is going to be the electrical grid.
Yeah.
Which again has a knock-on effect to your power supply to your radios.
Yeah. Just something that's popped in my mind when I mentioned ground zero plane, something else popped up. A friend of mine works for the Union Pacific in California, and he had this little 5-watt handheld ham radio, and he was riding with he wasn't on duty, but he was in transit, so he was out there sitting on the front of the engine out there in front, and he turns it on, and he's getting this tremendous thing. I go, how are you doing that? He goes, I'm sitting on 56 tons of steel.
Yeah,
it just basically became a great radiation plate for his little 5-watt, and he was just it was just going out there.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are say a quarter of a wavelength above a metal object, it will act as a big mirror. But for people out there, don't expect that same sort of effect if you're over water, because you get an absorption effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple of good. If we're not talking complete societal collapse, there are things in place now for the listeners there that are fully functional and in place now that's dedicated for emergencies.
Yeah.
And some of them, over here we've got a system called RayNet, which is an emergency communication system set up by, in the event of a disaster, set up by ham radio operators. This was brought in 1953 after we had a really big storm. There was a big storm surge, and half of the southeast coast of England was underwater. And that's how this thing was initiated. So the aim of these guys is to provide some sort of backbone framework of emergency communications if anything was to go to a complete ball of chalk. But there is other systems. It's a big system called WinLink, which is an emergency global radio email system. And you've got a series of sort of like relay stations, nodes, if you like, set up by WinLink ham radio operators out there all across the world. And people can patch in to these guys and use them as a sort of, I don't want to use the term really, but an ISP type thing where they can send a rudimentary email.
Yeah.
The problem with these systems is you need the equipment to do it. You need the radio, computer, so it's not easy to do, but the systems are out there and it has been used. I think it was last year, the WinLink system was used, well, it's been used quite extensively, but a big event was not so far back, I can't remember the year, used when a couple of satellites the Norwegians were using went down in, they were down in Antarctica and they had some sort of malfunction with their comm system, and they used the WinLink system to get email back through to whoever.
One of the things that's interesting that most people don't understand here in the United States, and I would bet that Britain's going to use has the same thing in place. We have two cell phone systems. One is government, one is public-private sector. And it's the GET system and I just lost the other acronym. Basically, it's the GET is the Government Emergency Transmission System. And basically, if your cell phone is not programmed into it, when an emergency comes up, such as Katrina, where all the government agencies are trying to communicate, but they can't because cell phones have become so prolific that everybody was on it and nobody was getting through, that Homeland Security can go, boop, hit a button, and everything in a certain area is blocked unless you have the GETS or the other system. And the other system is used by banks, hospitals, and and police agencies like that, whereas the GETS is for the federal government, state government, county governments. And it's a way to kind of, clear the cell tower frequencies and say, all right, only these guys can talk. Because during Katrina, nobody was, it got to a point where nobody could talk and only a few text messages were going through.
Yeah, we got something similar, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. It's, we got a trunk-based radio Tetris system being used by the emergency services, secure, and is multi-layered system that goes through a backbone ring of the cell phone network. There's so many moving parts that I couldn't tell you really. I'll just be BSing, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But there's many systems out there that's radio based, which can be used. People just got to know about them, and they've got to come up with the issue of compatibility. For instance, most, if not all, of the British NATO military radio systems are all EMP hardened and a thing called tempest proofed, and they're resistant to EMP. So if an EMP were to hit, you can guarantee that a basic communications infrastructure will be rolled out across whatever country is affected to provide some form of communication stability for control by our illustrious leaders. And if you want to start tapping into that, no doubt it will be secure. But you can talk to military radios, but there's a compatibility issue. And we're really in the realms here of, high technical knowledge, and most people, if not 90% of people, just won't have a clue, basically, and the equipment and the power sources. But in the back of your minds, something to throw out there.
Yes, if here in the United States, if you get your ham radio license, link up with your local ham radio club. And there may be several clubs, like back in California when I was living there, the city of Martinez had this Martinez Radio Club. Right next to us, we had the Pleasant Hill Radio Club, the Walnut Creek Radio Club, the Concord Radio Club, all the cities around us. And then there was the Mount Diablo Amateur Radio Club, which was the big one, MAD. That was the and they were sort of like the umbrella one for all the smaller clubs, and they coordinated for all the clubs. And a lot of the members of the local clubs were members of the big one as well. So there was basically, and they coordinated classes all the time. Oh, Pleasant Hill's putting on a antenna class. Martinez is putting on a 6-meter class. And then we had the Salvation Army doing free ham radio license classes for those that wanted to get the license. And so, every time something was up, everybody was communicating with everybody, and then it was going out to non radio people that might be interested in as well.
Tell you a really, really good system. I've only come across it a couple of weeks ago. When I was in the army, we used to use a thing called a device called a KL43C, and this mimics that device. And we used to use it, and it was a really excellent piece of equipment. What it is now, it's an app that you put on your phone, and it enables you to transmit small messages through any audio source. So you could use, you can't use it on the HF radio. So people out there below 30 megahertz. So we're talking, let's say your Bofang radio, for instance. So what you do is you type your message into your phone, you hold your phone up to your radio, you press transmit on the radio, and you press send on your phone. And the tone the phone sends out goes through your radio and is received by another person at the other end using the same app. And it decodes it straight away. And it's absolutely an awesome, the function on it is brilliant because it enables you then to send data over voice, basically. So 2 Bofang radios, 5 miles apart, you can send text up to 170 odd characters per message, I think it is, just by pressing your handset and being received on the other end.
Yeah.
And the app is called Rattlegram. Rattlegram, as in rattlesnake. It may be called Ribbit, as in the frog, but it's definitely a good app to have on your phone. And,
sounds good.
I'll put up a picture of the thing in a minute, the app picture, so people know what they're actually getting. So I'll just say it again. So basically, what you do is, a lot of preppers like to go cheap, and a lot of them like to keep it simple and have Bofangs because they're cheap and simple, throwaway items really, and. What both things are, I really like them because the functionality is really good, and all you have to do to extend your range, get a longer antenna, get a Nagayo antenna, which is about 18 inches long instead of the little 5-inch jobbies.
Yeah.
So basically, type in your text message, you press send. You press the handset, you press send on your phone, and it sends it over the airways. It just sounds like a white noise tone. So it's relatively secure. I could say it probably is a low-level secure method of comms because you have to pair up beforehand. And the way you do that is you just send a pairing tone over the radio.
Yeah.
I think the problem is if anyone's listening, they can automatically pair with you. But, you get the point. I'll put up a picture in a minute.
It sounds like That would be really great because if you're worried about your comms being compromised, you used to be talking about nonsensical stuff. Oh yeah, the crop, I saw the crows flying over to stuff, and in between talking, all of a sudden you hit the transmit, and people out there listening aren't going to know what happened. They didn't realize you just sent a message to your other partners.
Right, the website. Right, I definitely recommend this to people. Look it up. Right, let's just call it. There's the logo. That's not the logo for the app. That's the logo for the website, and it's called ribbitradio.org. So ribbitradio.org, RIBBIT. I'll put the link in the description in case anyone else can't see that. And it's got videos there, explains it in plain language. It's really easy, and it's for what it is. It's a free app. The functionality is excellent. I highly recommend it. It's basically data over voice, basically. So yeah, a must have for a prepper if they're interested in comms. The app logo is a rattlesnake.
Okay, found it. Here's the. Let me go here and open this up in a new tab. And let me drop that down in here.
Don't know if you can share.
Okay, you got it.
Logo
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay, let me. Oh, and it's the 2023 Technical Innovation Award winner by the ARRL.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I was playing about with it earlier with the wife, and we got a couple of radios out, and I told her how to use it within 5 minutes, and we were able to talk to each other across the garden, and it works, and it's really good. It's not simple to use, so people don't even have to speak to each other. Well, there would be an element of talking, because you could say to someone, right, I'm ready. You're ready to receive, and they'll say yes, and then right, I'm transmitting now. Go, where you go. The good thing about this is you could always you could send this over telephone lines, fixed landlines, and any form of voice radio, VHF and above. Apparently, it doesn't work in the HF spectrum because the amount of bandwidth it needs in HF is too great, and they haven't fully tested it. But yeah, it's a winner. It's a winner. Yeah. So another thing people have got to consider, when they've got any sort of comm system, is you've got right. You've trained you know how to use it. You've got the gear. You've got all your tickets and stuff, and you've got some sort of plan. You've got a location for it to be stored in case of EMP or whatever. Right after that, people have got to consider the longevity of the equipment, how to maintain it. But also, have you got the ability to repair or replace components within that radio or radio system? Because your radio system could be rendered completely useless if something as simple as the handset breaks, or the Morse key breaks, or your balun breaks, or you want to solder the ends of your antenna wire. So things like soldering skills will be a key thing to start learning, which it can take a day to learn quite easily. Get your books, your manuals on the equipment, your electrician skills. These things are quite hard to start to develop. But even the books and the wiring diagrams for the radios themselves are key, because even though you might not be able to comprehend or know how to fix or be confident to take a radio apart yourself, you might come across someone who has the ability and skills to interpret circuit diagrams, soldering skills, and all this sort of stuff to fix it. So Any sort of documentation you got to go with your radio, keep it, I'd say.
Let me see if I can find something here. My father-in-law, back when he was, put it this way, my wife was about 5 years old when he built it. Built a 2-meter Heathkit ham radio, and it was pretty decent size. But it had transistors in it. He said that his dad had built one using tubes from a kit.
What's a Heath radio?
I'm bringing it up here. It's called Heathkit. See if I can bring up the. Come on. There we go.
I don't know how to operate kit, but when it comes to fixing things like radios, I'm a bit of a gorilla. Or making things, so it's got to be simple.
All right. Here he stepped away, so I can't show it. Heathkit, one word, HEATHKIT, is a company that produced all sorts of ham radio and other radio stuff. Okay, so he's back. So I'm going to present this here. Share screen. Share the entire screen. Okay. So these are some images and stuff on it. So these are all Heathkit radios. They come in a kit. You can put it together, and all the different ones, and you build it.
Whoa! Stop right there. That looks complicated to me. That does.
But I mean, it's just like
very simple.
Yeah, but it is all the parts were included, and you put it together yourself. And so basically, it comes with all the everything, but you assemble it yourself, and you have all the prints and what every type of every diode, transistor, everything in it listed on there, so that you could, at least until. You still probably could, but it's going to be harder to find those pieces to replace them if something went bad. But yeah, this was big back in the 60s and 70s. And
this is comparable. This is comparable to modern day vehicles and old vehicles. Some people may not realize that say an EMP can wipe out every modern day radio because it's got a chip in it. Majority of these radios have got crystals and valves in them.
Yeah, see, look at
EMP.
The tube. The tube's immune. These other ones over here on the right, not so immune. But yeah, his father built one that didn't have all these transistors and stuff in it. It was all tubes.
Right. Hey Thor, how you doing? All right.
Hey Thor.
Yeah. Those old radios. If you can build a kit like that nowadays, then your quid's in, because they're far more robust. Than, EMP wise.
So let me see if I can go back here to scroll up to the top, and Heathkit.com.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Yep. Good.
So.
Yeah, right. You see, this is thing that's not necessarily to do with Heath, but what puts people off. And I've heard this quite a few times when I was speaking to a couple of friends. When they get their ham radio license, what puts them off going further up the chain of the licensing schedule, and what it is for most people if they're not fully conversant with it, it allows you to transmit on more power, and it opens up various other frequency bands to transmit on. Problem is these courses are geared towards building radios. Mm-hmm. Some people they just haven't got the mental capacity to do it, and that's what put me off getting my top level radio license. I just, when it comes to building radios, I'm a buffoon, and it takes a lot. It's like going back to school. Just get on with it. I know how to use it. I'll stick with my radio, and I've got my little plan. But it put people off.
Time is a lot. Modern day people, time is it's more precious than gold. I can't spend 10 minutes doing this. I want it instantly now.
Yeah, you need someone with you as well to teach you this sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like in lockdown, or just before lockdown, I gave myself a challenge. And I said, right, I'll give myself 5. I want to learn something new. I want to sort of reprogram my brain because I'm getting in my 50s and I want to learn something different and stuff. So I said, right, I'll give myself 5 years to learn to play the piano. So 3 years later, we're into lockdown. And I was doing an online course. It's getting pretty good, sort of an intermediate level, playing various tunes and stuff. But I got to the stage where I just could not progress anymore, because I needed someone with me who knew how to play the piano and to, tell me exactly what I was doing wrong and just to take me that extra step further.
Yeah.
And that's this is what you get from books, and you can have all the manuals you like, but you need someone there to teach you the little tips, tricks, and the habits and so on. There with you physically to do it.
Yeah, so sometimes you need the hands-on training. Other people can, you give them a book and they can do it, far and few between.
Yeah.
But most of us need some. No, this is the way you do it. Oh, now I get it.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to teach. I used to be a sailing instructor, and one of the first lessons we teach people is, there's various different ways of learning. Some people learn by imitation. Some people learn by repetition. Some people you have to explain down to the physics of what they're learning for them to comprehend and do it. And
Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother.
Hey, John McDean, how you doing? If anyone hasn't seen Mac's latest videos, he's just done he's just refurbished a knife, which is quite entertaining to watch.
Oh, shoot, I saw the time is. I got to get out of here. I got to get back to work here. I got 90 sheets of 4 foot by 8 foot by 7/16 inch, basically about ½ inch thick OSB delivered this morning. I got to get back out there in the shop and start working.
Righto. Have a good one.
No problem.
All right. See y'all later.
No problem.
Catch you later.
See you later. Take care.
So, yeah, if anyone's got any radio questions or communication-orientated questions, just fire them away. When it comes to a prepping sort of system, my preference would be QRP radio, which is a radio term for low power. Low power as in it's got low power consumption and it's got low power transmit as well. And we're talking 5 watts or 10 watts and below. 5 watts and below, because you can talk to people thousands of miles using 1 or 2 watts, really, if you got your antenna system correct. The length of your antenna, your frequency selected. Frequency as in not only the person you want to speak to using the same radio, but is the frequency right for the conditions, the ionosphere, the terrain, for instance. So, yeah, these QRP radios are very good because they're very small. Some of them can fit in an Altoid tin. So, therefore, all you need is a small battery pack, which will fit in a pocket, an Altoid tin, and some wire, basically. And you can fit that into a map pocket of your trousers. And there you go. You're on foot. You're bugging out, for instance, and you've got access to communication hundreds of miles potentially, depending on your antenna. And your antenna could be a simple wire thrown up a tree, or a dipole, which is 2 pieces of wire joined in the middle, thrown up 2 trees. Depends how long you want to spend, or what opportunity you've got to actually deploy your antenna. So yeah, QRP radio, they're called, if anyone's interested in looking for them. They are an art. You have got to stick with them and learn how to use them. Base station radios, there's really, really good models out there. There's many, many makes. Yaesu, Kenwoods, ICOM. Some of them are really expensive. Really expensive. You're talking $500, thousands of dollars plus. And, you know, but they are good. They are very functional. Depends who you want to speak to, really. Some people may not want to speak to anyone. Some people may just be happy with their little Bofang. But it's up to you, really. What else can we say? Let's have a look. Anyone got any questions there? SDR radios on a USB stick. Yeah, the SDR USB receivers, they're good. Now, I got to say, actually, the SDR dongles I was talking about earlier, they were used in Ukraine, and they still are being used in Ukraine to gather information as to what's happening in the outside world, especially when it first kicked off. However, I made a video about this, and I did mention this in the video, that in the early stages of the Ukraine-Russian conflict, people were being questioned, raided, and arrested for having SDR dongles because they thought they were Russian spies. You know, so there were big question marks hanging over some people as to why have you got this wideband receiver. And we literally are talking about a USB stick size thing here. So, you know, it does come with caution. Be aware of your use and how you, you know, how you distribute the fact that you know these things, the information you're getting, and how you're getting it. Because another situation like Ukraine, for instance, you might be in the same piece of trouble. So yeah. Also, I mean, what I've done is I've got a little radio book, my book of knowledge, and in there I've got a little table, a series of tables in there, because if people are going to want to communicate, let's say a post-collapse scenario, or even any sort of SHTF scenario, then they've got to know what frequencies to actually come up on to speak to people. It's all right saying, okay, I want to go out and buy some marine radios because no one else uses them. But if you switch on your marine radio and you start talking blindly to, you know, is anyone out there? No one's going to be out there because you're on the wrong frequency. You've got to know what frequencies that people are likely to use if you want to establish blindly to someone else. And what I advise people to do is to look at their, whatever country they're in, look at their frequency allocation table. So whoever controls the communications in that country. So in America, it's the FCC, I believe. In Britain, it's Ofcom, the Office of Communications, or the Radio Society for Great Britain. That's another key resource to go to. And they'll have a frequency allocation table, and they'll have a document there which will state what frequencies people use. And it will be divided up into sections, and they'll be called the meter bands. They're divided up into bands. So if you're, let's say, like I said earlier, the key sort of band of frequencies I would use in a prepping scenario would be the 7 megahertz range, and that's called the 40 meter band, because the 7 megahertz range of frequencies is it's a good long range set of frequencies to use, and we're talking about an antenna 20 meters long here. So if you look up the frequency allocation table for the 40 meter band, 7 megahertz, and it's divided up into various sections. So for instance, from 7 megahertz dead up to 7.04, that's all CW, Morse code. Then sort of 0.4 to 7.6, you're into digital modes. And then 7.6 to 7.2, that's your voice band. So you want to know that you want to open up your radio and establish between, say, 7.06 and 7.2 megahertz. So you know that, you then know how long your antenna is going to be. So you can draw up a little chart in preparation for this, and I've got mine here. So for instance, I know using a low power radio, QRP radio, the opening frequency is going to be 7.090. If I go to that frequency, I know there's going to be other people with the same chart looking and listening on that same frequency. So you can establish quite quickly and easily. And therefore, I know that if I'm opening up on 7.090, for instance, and I'm going to use the best antenna I can, which is going to be a half-wave dipole, then I want that dipole to be 20 meters long. So I know the area that I need to erect that antenna. So, so all these things come into play. Likewise, if you're using the 80 meter band, which is 3 megahertz, you need a very large area because the lower the frequency, the longer antenna. So you would need something like a 40 meter long antenna if you're going to use a dipole. And then likewise going up. So as you come up the frequency bands, 14 megahertz, you're looking at a 10 meter antenna, 21 megahertz, 7 meter antenna, and so on and so on. So, these little pre-planned pieces of information in a little book are very key, and you always refer to them all the time when you're operating and using the equipment. Unless, and this is the big key thing, unless you've got a prearranged batch of frequencies that you want to establish with someone unique. It could be another prepper group. You could quite easily say to another prepper group, right, we're going to have our own little band of frequencies that no one else uses, and it's currently in the military band, or it's currently in the aircraft band, for instance. So pre-planning, but at the moment you've got to stay within the law, so select your frequencies in accordance with the law at the moment. And like Bob said earlier, if anyone didn't listen to what Bob said earlier, it doesn't necessarily have to be a radio. You got to think of novel things to come up with and to use, and some sort of novel scheme, whatever that is. So let's have a look. Right, so I've got another 10 minutes here before I have to shoot off. So,
yeah.
Any questions there for anyone? Yeah, let's see what else I can say, really. The Real Love Survivor says we need to start praying. Yep.
Well, that doesn't hurt.
Yeah, like I say, practice is everything, because I get my kit out once a week, and I know that if I put a 21 megahertz dipole up in the garden, 7 meters long, and I orientate it east-west, I can easily communicate in daytime to Hungary, Italy, Spain, Sweden, and Finland. And sometimes I've gone Belarus and Western Russia. If I orientate my antenna a different way, I can go to a different frequency, 7 meg frequencies. I can get everyone in Britain who's on that frequency. It's all swings and roundabouts, really, but you got to get the gear out and start playing around with it. Likewise, what I'd encourage people to do, if they're not interested in the regional or wider range communication methods, then get your little radios out, your Bofengs, for instance. Have one person in the house or the homestead or the garden or the farm, and get another person to do what we call a radial arm sort of test. So one person walks around, and they give a radio check back to the person in the house, the wife, and
Yeah.
the wife, you know, it tells the wife, right, I'm in the, I'm 300 meters away at the rockery at the bottom near the stream. Right, so they put a tick there, so that's a green zone. You know, you've got comms there. And they do that all around their property, so they know where the black spots are for their particular property. And that's a key thing to do that, and it's so simple, and it also encourages people to know how to use the equipment. It practices your voice procedure, operating the radio. You can test out, you keep your radio functioning, you can test out the battery power, a whole host of things, getting out, just using it. So you can also do this with your CB radio as well. Tomorrow I'm doing a little experiment with my CB. I'm going to try and make a different antenna for it and try and establish to somewhere in Europe. Even though CBs have got a 4-watt power limitation in here anyway, there's things you can do to extend that range. And if it's successful, I'll put a little video out on that. I'm basically going to try and make a vertical dipole and see what I can get with it. Yeah, like the Real Life Survivor says, I have ham radios and need to start using them. Get out there and use them. You know, funnily enough, I come across the other day, I didn't know this, that Muslims in Britain have got their own private nationwide radio system, and they transmit from mosques. What they do is, it's for a call to prayer thing, I think. Every Friday on a certain frequency, it's in the 400 meg range. I can't remember exactly what it is. They transmit and they talk about the Quran and all that sort of stuff. The point is, they pay a license fee for this. People can do that as a group as well, to get their own unique set of frequencies dedicated to them. In Britain, it costs around £3,000 a year, depending on how often you're going to use it and how unique you want it for you. Yeah, Daryl. Yeah. If you can pick it up on a Bofang. So if you put your Bofang, put it in scanning mode, 400 and something megs. It's around 430 megs. Just keep scrolling through, put it in search mode, scanning modes, and you eventually pick them up on a Friday. So there you go. Yep. And who knows what that's going to be used for? You know.
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt it's being used. No doubt it's being monitored by the authorities. When they start talking gibberish, you never know what they're talking about. So, yeah. So yeah, if anyone wants that frequency, email me. I'll let them know. But yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to use any dedicated frequencies, one I mentioned earlier was, and it's a really good piece of equipment. It's a motorbike intercom system, which uses something called direct sequence spread spectrum, and that is almost completely secure because the transmission is hidden within the noise level of the radio. So it's almost impossible it's almost impossible to intercept. It's almost impossible to decrypt unless you've got the code that was initiated by the radio when you first switch it on. And these, I'll just try and call up the exact type of radio model. This radio, here we go. It's got a realistic range. It's quoted range up to 5 miles, but realistically it's about a mile. That's in built-up areas, and it's really clear, really good, waterproof, and it's small. It's got a runtime of 13 hours, and the system is called Pack Talk Bold. So Pack, P-A-C-K, Talk, Pack Talk Bold. For instance, if you want to look at it, it's for sale on a website called cardosystems.com. Cardosystems.com. Puck Talk Bold. And it's a really good, clear system. I've seen it work, and I was well impressed with it. Used on bikes, and you can get up to 15 riders or 15 users connecting on your little network. Universal connectivity. You can play music through it if you want to. High definition speakers. It's one earpiece, if you like. You can connect it to your phone. And it says here, longest real range up to 1,600 meters, 1 mile. In perfect condition, you will get close to 1,000 meters in real life conditions. About twice as much as the competition. It can use Bluetooth, but it doesn't use Bluetooth if you don't want it to. It uses some sort of mesh technology. Doesn't rely on any sort of infrastructure. So, yeah, that's a good one to get. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to any sort of disaster or conflict, and I've seen this firsthand, is as soon as any disaster or conflict kicks off, the spectrum goes ballistic. Either it gets completely overloaded and everyone's trying to use it, especially in terms of disaster, because everyone wants to phone home, text home, and so on, or you just cannot get on the system because the satellite channels have gone. As in, all the media agencies turn up, all the satellite channels are used up, and many systems use satellites to communicate. So be aware of that. The ideal solution would be to get a satellite phone because, for instance, if there was a complete SHTF on the ground all across the world, many satellites do not require any sort of satellite ground station telemetry or control for them to independently use communications in terms of simple satellite or spot text messaging. For instance, it will take about 2 or 3 years for the low Earth orbit satellites will go first, and it will take them about 2 or 3 years to start dropping back to Earth, deorbiting, in that sort of situation. If people have got Starlink, then forget it, because you just won't have knowledge to know how to get reverse comms back up to the network. And even if you do, there won't be any internet or ground-based communication systems to work to anyway. We used to use various pieces of equipment which are available to buy, Inmarsat phones. They're good, Thuraya phones. There's many satellite phones to use, and they're very, very good. So you can get comms anywhere in the world, but they're really expensive. The talk time is expensive, but they can be used for an emergency use, especially in localized disasters for definite. You can get other things called GANs, the RB GAN, or the Global Area Network systems, which are suitcase-size piece of equipment. Again, very expensive and delicate equipment. So, is the channel going to be there for you to use? Is the key point. Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, you know, another thing to have would be to know all the CB terminology and stuff, all the codes. At the end of the day, folks, if you forget what to say on the radio, just say it in plain language. No one's gonna, you know, just get your message across. So Daryl says, I think comms will only be useful for groups who are hidden in woods or mountains. Well, you'd be surprised how much comms are needed. Because, for instance, if, let's say, you're in an isolated homestead and one of you gets injured and needs antibiotics, and you have to send a couple of people away to get antibiotics from a nearby neighbour, farm, or you have to go foraging in a, I don't know, zombie style into the nearest village, then you really want the people going away to have some sort of comms to let them know where you are, let them know your status, and all that sort of stuff. So never underestimate the value of comms in any situation, anywhere. Even if it's a one-way broadcast and you're telling people the situation, as Bob did earlier, about routes to take and so on. So, with that, any final questions before I depart? Location beacons. What do you mean by location beacons, CR? I mean, you do get location beacons, but you're talking about, you're putting a piece of equipment down, switching it on, leaving it. It's an unattended piece of equipment, and it's down to the battery life of that piece of gear, really. Yep, truth hurts, lies kill. Loose lips sink ships, we used to say.
Yeah, I heard of. I think I heard that expression.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day,
Loose lips sink ships.
It's pretty unlikely that we're going to get a complete post-collapse situation.
Yeah.
But we're more likely to get a local riot or a regional disruption. Then you can push the extremes to EMP, and if that happens, then we're all, scrambling around for things. So keep it real, folks. If you're going to buy a piece of equipment,
good to see you, brother.
If you're going to buy a piece of equipment, get it within your budget. Don't get any massive elaborate thing that's going to be completely out of your budget and you can't afford it. Keep it real. Decide what you're going to actually use it for. Even the simplest measures will go a long, long way. Even a simple, cheap Chinese radio, a cheap receiver is all contributing to information gathering. So.
CR says avalanche beacons.
Right. I was just saying to Sandy Robinson. Yeah, any sort of comments people throw into the comments section, they're all useful because it gets things going. Different strands of conversation and ideas rolling along, and that's what it's all about, really. So, see our avalanche beacon.
Yep.
Right. I'm not too familiar with that sort of thing. The only thing I can think you're saying about there is a personal locator beacon. I know there's a lot of stuff in clothing, like little chips in clothing that it can be sensed when people are searching for a buried victim. But avalanche beacons, I suppose they can be used for anything that transmits. Could be used as a navigation aid if you've got the means and know how to receive and direction find it. Yeah. So, Shadow, that's me. I've got to depart. In fact, Shadow, it's a shame you're not on. You haven't got a ham radio because I can talk to Sweden in your area really easily. So get yourself an HF radio. We'll talk to each other on the air.
Yeah, and I don't have a ham radio.
Right. The little handhelds are good. Definitely, good line of sight jobby. Give it to someone they can keep in contact and arrange. So my parting sort of piece of advice would be, and it's free. Check out the Ribbit app for your phone. I can't stress how good it is and how functional it is.
You mean the Rattlegram app? I
Yeah,
downloaded that one on my phone.
Right. Have a play about it. Get 2 smartphones. You don't need a radio in the middle. You can transmit one to the other quite easily, and it's a good little laugh. And some people might find a good use for it. So with that, let's see. I was just turned up.
Yeah. I have to be the co-host, right?
All right. Okay. One out, one in.
Yeah. There, first in, first out.
2 men enter, 1 man leave. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's it. That's it from me.
10-4.
Catch you later.
Take
Catch you later, brother. Hey, CR, good to see you.
Well, I don't have the knowledge like preparedness veteran when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Oh, there's definitely stuff that I heard this stream that I did not know about.
Yeah. Yeah, Baofeng radios are great. Yeah, good brand, familiar. Everybody knows Baofeng.
Yeah.
And
Well,
they,
'cause I was just go ahead.
and they make them pretty cheap too, so.
Well, because if you think about it, if I talk to like my friends about this, they'd be like, "What? What's that? What's this?" All right, because I don't know a lot of people that know about this, so it's hard to, talk.
Hey,
to
Bob,
people.
welcome back.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys.
again.
Hey guys.
How are you doing, Bob?
Good. Yeah. I was just sitting here listening a moment ago. Hope my connection's good because I restarted. But yeah, keep things as simple as possible. Simple stuff always works, man.
Less moving parts, right?
Yeah. Like
all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I mentioned when I was here a little while ago about how I just talk to my family. I'll be watching the webcams, and I'll advise you and send off a text message. This highway's got a fire next to it. This one's blocked off by protesters and all that. And I think for me, the only thing I plan to buy is some short range walkie-talkies, and that's it. So that if we've got
it's a start.
Well, no, I'm not going to look into going shortwave or anything like that. I'm just not going to do it. Because let me give you an example. I grew up before there were cell phones. Long before there were cell phones. Long before there were computers, and I survived all of it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, you did without at that time.
Yeah, do without. Just learn how to do without. If you don't have a need to know what's going on in other locations, well, just learn to do without. Yeah. Hey, Idaho Garden Girl. Yeah. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there's a channel here on YouTube. His name is Barry. He's Storms, Cats, and Radios, and I've been getting advice from him about just handheld short distance walkie-talkies. That's enough for me.
Yeah, useful just in case the grid's down, you're quote unquote leaving, bugging out or something like that.
Tag
and
team
communicate
co-hosts.
over distance.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Tammy, sorry. Brain fart, sorry. No,
Tammy.
But I think the only reason why I would get short walkie-talkies is if there's civil unrest here again, like there was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and I've got to go
relay
down,
information.
Right, go down to the end of the block and just sit there. And the only way I would actually use those is if the cell phones were down. Otherwise, I'm just going to send a text, click.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm.
We would use this stuff when the phone lines are down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's about the only reason.
Yeah, for most people, their option is going to be a phone first. But when that service or whatever isn't available, then we got to rely on these other forms of communication.
Right. And word of mouth travels fast, guys. Like I said, I know I grew up without cell phones and computer. One neighbor would learn something and then they would share it with the others. It goes fast. Same with the coworkers where my wife worked. I would say, "Oh, this highway's clear, that highway's clear," and then the word among the doctors and nurses and surgeons and all, it would just zip back and forth, and it worked out really well. Just keeping it real simple. But I think it's a good idea for some people to have a higher communication, but it's really not necessary for most people. Tammy, is it okay if Tammy comes up on the panel? I haven't harassed Tammy for a long time.
Well, she can come up if she wants to. I don't
Join
mind.
us, Tammy.
Yeah, but I heard PV say something before he bounced off, was keeping it simple, keeping it real. Not the whole grid goes down and everything goes down all at once across the world. It just doesn't work that way. And if it does, it'll be back up pretty shortly. Usually,
Unless somebody fire off a lot of nukes.
Yeah,
that would be difficult to get everything back to normal again.
If that happens, I hope I don't survive it. I hope I'm right there at ground zero. Just get it over with, because everything following that would be pretty horrible. But the chances of other countries using nukes, not much. I don't think. I really don't. I really don't think so.
Yeah, that'd be a last resort.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, BC. I appreciate.
Well, because you would destroy the resources in that area indefinitely, because they'll be all radioactive and all that stuff.
Well, I don't know if Barry trolls people or not. I stay out. I don't know. I like what he did give me some good advice about walkie-talkies. That's why I don't have my Facebook and all that involved with my YouTube, and I don't do that trolling stuff. Just like if I don't like someone's channel, I just unsubscribe and leave. Just get it over with.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, I know Forehaven said about those higher end walkie-talkies. I think he said something about that. He using them around the Homestead stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Stuff like that. And the thing is about stuff like that, I think, is to try it out and just see for yourself how much range you can get for the area.
Yeah.
And just try it out, because you can get up to 5 miles or whatever. It's optimized if in line of sight, nothing's in the way. It's a clear, flat land, nothing, no trees, no nothing. But in reality, there's stuff in the way: buildings, trees, mountains, hills. So yeah, there to know the range beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so for my situation, I think something really just a simple walkie-talkie that will reach out 2 or 3 miles. I'm good.
Yeah, that'd be your first line.
Yeah.
Well, actually, a phone would be a first line, but then a walkie-talkie or something like that would be a backup to it.
Yeah,
like
exactly. That. Yeah, exactly. CR, well put. Yeah, my phone and all the stuff we're using currently, and then as a backup would be a walkie-talkie.
Yeah, exactly. Or a Bofang or something like that. Everything would be a backup.
Yeah.
If you want to dive into that more, then obviously you have more options in the long run. But
BC Gerbs. Who's that? I've never seen that channel before. Let's see.
Well, I mean, we've got to remember that, the gear costs something, right? The training costs something. The
Yes,
courses
it does.
cost something too, right?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
You got to have access to it, all right? Well, and of course, the knowledge of you want to build this, well, takes time too, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you need someone to communicate to whoever it is, right? Have to be able to receive the line of communication, whatever it is, be able to see it, hear it, or well, even decode it too, right? Because if you think about, like, even during wartime, well, I guess that would be World War II, right? The coding machine or the Enigma machine, right? That was pretty high tech at that time, right? Because these radio signals were intercepted and they all had to be coded, so you needed that special decoding thing to figure out what the message is, right?
Yeah.
All that stuff became
Yeah. I'll just talk to Gerbs, BC Gerbs. Yeah, I subscribe to your channel, BC Gerbs. But yeah, I mean, for me, we've got. I've talked about, home base is where you want to be, no matter what happens. Good, but if something happens, flood, fire, civil unrest, and we have to leave, we've got several locations that are backup locations. And I'd like to have a couple of walkie-talkies so that if let's say, okay, the whole family, I've got places that I picked out that we can get in the brush and hide, not live there, but hide. And if someone has to go, right, and if somebody else has to go down the street and go get up high, hand them a radio. And,
yeah, exactly. I'll be on this frequency or on this channel.
Yeah, and we'll just sit here, and we'll just sit here quietly. Yeah.
Well, another thing to keep in mind is, like, when you're looking at this stuff, right? I mean, like, let's say walkie-talkies, for example. Now, I don't have one with one, but like ones that you can connect an actual headset to, so you don't, you can personally listen to it. You're not, not over a speaker, quote unquote speaker, right?
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Because in certain situations, that might give your location away if you have a big speaker. I'm over here, Bob. Did you just hear that? So.
Yeah, that's
low
what I'm
key with it. Too.
Right. Because if a situation happens where we have to walk out of here and go to another rally point for the family, and I don't want to be sitting in the brush hiding and have someone over here hear what I'm saying. I want to get a compact one with a headset, put it in my walkout vest, and then just get out of here.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, a couple of years back, my friend gifted me this walkie-talkie set. It was quite interesting because it actually takes normal AAA batteries, but I can use rechargeable batteries too, because there's a USB to recharge it. So I was like, and I actually tried it out with them, right? I tried them out so I could kind of get an idea of the range, right? So it's outside shouting distance, outside viewing distance, right? So I'm like, don't give me at least something, for a line of communication, just in case, phones aren't working or whatever, or we want to be more discreet.
Yeah, that's something like what I'm looking for, that can accept a headset and then be USB rechargeable, so that if we've got more than one way of recharging it,
Yeah, so you can put in alkalines, lithiums, rechargeable batteries, and stuff like that.
Through my observation and my experiences in life is that you don't need an awful lot of stuff, but you just gotta. Number one, home base is home. Number two is just use your own judgment. You use your best judgment when you're out traveling around. Just keep your eyes and ears open. And watch your back, and then you most situations you'll be doing pretty good,
Yeah.
But on that though, I did make another get home bag today. I assembled one today and put it in one of the cars. We had a need for another one, and just put it in the back of the car. And as long as you got a little extra food and water, and just cover the basics, keep it simple.
Yeah, start. It's a start, right? It's a start.
Yeah.
You can always elaborate, but without those basic things like food and water, well, it doesn't matter if you have a Bofang or a walkie-talkie, right?
Yeah, that's correct. It doesn't matter if you got a satellite telescope or whatever. But if you don't have any food and water, you're done.
Couple days, for a couple days.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to have the energy to keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Bob, if you ever see this flag that I'm holding up that says Bob's great, it's for me.
What?
I was saying if I ever hold a flag up that says Bob's great and you see it, that's me.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm just kidding. But because I'm always thinking like I said, I don't have the knowledge like Brenda's veteran does, and some or even Gil was saying it earlier. But I mean, I've seen things and heard both things, and I always remember like the lines of communication. That seems to be one of those things that you would see in movies too, right? Like I remember this one movie. It's Halloween time, so I'll relate this zombie apocalypse type of scenario, right? Where there's zombies in the way, and there was this one movie where they held up signs and used binoculars.
Oh
as
yeah,
a way of communication.
There
right?
you go.
Yeah. Because they can shout over, they couldn't send a radio over because they couldn't, because neither one had them or whatever, right? And they just use signs and binoculars, right? As a way of communicating.
Simple.
So,
yeah.
Stuff like that, right? I think it was like a chalkboard or a white erase marker.
I think it was a whiteboard. I saw that movie from the top of the mall to the guy in the gun store.
Oh, you see that?
I saw that.
You see that? I was just like,
I saw that.
That's why I mentioned about like holding up signs and binoculars, right? As a way of communicating. Because if you think about it, let's just say in a hypothetical scenario, I guess I could relate it to a real life scenario. Let's say like when people are stuck on roofs, like from hurricanes or whatever, right? Lines of communication, cells, towers down, right? You might have binoculars, you might have something to write on. If you could see what's been written and be able to communicate back and forth, you can communicate something over, right? And stuff like learning these air to ground to air communication things. Aside from, SOS and triangles and stuff like that, right? Those universal type of signaling type of signs that you can make, right? Those are important too. I would think anyways. Well, I don't know. You used to be an airman, right? So I don't know.
Yeah.
If that was part of.
Not really.
Training.
Not so much for us. We were in my bunch was aircraft mechanics. We kept the airplanes flying, and we just didn't have time for any too much extra, really. The Air Force is very small on head count, and all the people who were certified to work on the airplanes, that's what you did. We did do M16 and we did do basics like that, but our primary was keeping the airplanes up in the air.
We gotta keep them up in the air, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Well, because I was Brenda's veteran and Gilbert on earlier. I was sitting in this room. I just brought out the SSA survival guide. I was like looking at the communication part. I'm like, I see these ground to air communications and that kind of Morse code type of things. I'm like, man, I gotta like start learning them better.
There's so much
just in case, right?
Yeah,
and
they're
be
just
able to remember, aside from the SOS type of like dot dash dash dot right? Aside from that, right? Most people kind of know that kind of thing, but
well, I'll tell you this much, CR. Just if I see that flag that says Bob is great, that's where I'm going to learn how to call in an airstrike. I'm going to drop a bomb right on top of you. hit that guy, that Canadian guy, take him out. We got to put him down. You know?
See, what Bob doesn't know is that that's a decoy.
You gave it away, man. You gave it away,
decoy,
dude.
It's a decoy.
Yeah. Well,
that's
we're just going to call in a cluster bomb and just rip the whole area apart. You know.
Yeah, but I planted that like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, halfway around the world now.
And then Sierra contact you and says, "Sorry, buddy, Bob, that was my clothes."
That was mine. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You missed me.
Mm-hmm. I'm still here. Damn it. Okay, now we're going to use a nuke on our own soil.
And this is how it all starts. No.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't believe you actually saw that movie too. That was funny.
You
knew exactly what I was
Thanks for
referring
stopping
to.
by.
Well, I'm sitting here doing arts and crafts at nighttime, guys. I got a pretty simple life, really, and when I'm doing arts and crafts, I'll go on Tubi or on YouTube and put on like zombie movies or something, just to have some
You're very
background
welcome.
noise, because most of the time I'm here by myself, or my son's with us and he's usually up in his room doing whatever he does. So I put on different zombie. I think I've seen every damn zombie movie.
Yeah, even the B-rated ones, right?
Yeah,
I've seen many of them. I watched them for the entertainment and to learn what would I do in certain situations, right?
Yeah, that's it. Mm-hmm.
That's why I remember the signs and the binoculars. Okay, that's one for me.
But boy,
I remember that. I'm like, I'll keep that in mind now. Maybe I'll put a chalkboard in my bag and some binoculars just in case.
Yeah, that's the thing with some of those B-rated movies there, CR, is like I can only take just so long of some of those bad ones. It's like, oh God, no, I'll just click. That's enough. Next, yeah.
I was just remembering like even when Preparedness Veteran said about that free rule thing that he was talking about. I think at this time on this frequency on for how long it reminded me of, I think that's the first season of The Walking Dead. There was this also scene where for anyone that hasn't seen that, where the main character says, "I'll be here at high noon for 15 minutes, and I'll see if you get a start the lines of communication," right? Because at that time they didn't know where they were, but it reminded me of that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that's something you can do in advance too, right? To be like, okay, if we get separated, providing you know what the time is, I'll be here at this time. I'll be on this frequency and try to reach me, right? If you can communicate beforehand, for whatever reason.
But if you look at what we have been through in our lifetimes, like 9/11, different events like that, that are really profound events, and same with when the virus, right, hurricanes and on different things.
And stuff. Yeah.
Right, and then even when the virus first came to the U.S., it was right here in Seattle, and they put us in our homes. They said stay home for a couple of weeks. We've been through a lot already, and we're still thriving. We're still surviving. Yeah. Everything's going pretty good.
Unfortunately, some people didn't make it. Unfortunately,
that's true. That is true. Some people didn't make it. Yeah, I don't know if it was not saying it was a pandemic or whatever. I'm not going to get into that.
Well, it's not just that. It wasn't just that kind of stuff, but other things that happened. Right?
Yeah, I'd say the most danger we've been in my area directly is the civil unrest, but we got through it.
Yeah, that really hits home.
It does. Literally. Yeah. Because I could look out my house and see fires, and I've said that 1,000 times on this live. I've seen it with my own eyes, and we got through it, But I noticed that during all those hard times, people did the correct thing, in my opinion. Is that the ones the ones who had to go to work, like my family, they went to work and they came straight home. People just weren't out and about. They weren't out lollygagging around or going out on dates or anything like that. They just stayed right there at home where you belong. And that's the best place to be, if at all possible.
Yep. Stay low. Keep a low profile and make it to the next day.
I'll be right back. I'm going to show you guys something that just arrived.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Shadow. I was gonna say sometimes for survival, you're just making it through to the next day or outlasting the situation. As much as possible.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, trying to make it through. I wonder what Bob's gonna bring.
I have no idea. It's probably something cool. We have to wait and see what Bob brings back.
Okay, Chad, chime in with your guesses on what Bob's gonna bring in. Let's start guessing what Bob's gonna bring in. We'll see who's closest. Oh, clearly that looks like an Amazon thing, package. Oh.
Yeah, probably.
It's nice and long for some reason. Bob's back.
Yeah, Bob is back.
Yeah, and for me in my situation, and I think people should be, instead of looking out there too far, look right in your own cubicle, your home. Take care of that first. But I just got this from Amazon. It's a way to secure. It was about $100, but I think it might be worth it. It's to secure your front door, really reinforce it. This just arrived. Kind of doing an unboxing on Shadows Live here, but it's made by Door Armor. Let me get this junk out of the way, guys. But you got to secure your home first, far above and beyond all. And like I said, and I'll say it a million more times, you have more to worry about from normal street crime than you do from anything else.
Well, it's more likely to happen.
Most likely.
Individual. Yeah, it's more likely to happen to someone.
Yeah. Let's get rid of that.
Yeah, stuff like theft and all that stuff. It's more likely to happen to a person.
I had posted a video just yesterday about this swept through the Filipino community very quickly because these blacks are targeting Asians in this area for robbery and assault and stuff like that. And this young Asian man in a town that's not far from here, it swept through the Facebook community very quickly among the Asians that we know and love. And the three of them with pistols in hand are trying to break in the front door of this Asian guy's house. But he took the precautions before. He had motion sensor lights. He had motion sensor lights on his front porch. He had a good secure deadbolt lock. And he had a camera to record the event for legal purposes. Three huge black guys went up and were pounding on his door, trying to kick it in at about 4 or 4:30 in the morning. And he did the right thing, reinforce his home first. But as soon as that door flew open and they did breach the door, that's when he opened fire on them. And he didn't hit any one of them, but he did the right thing before anything happened to secure his house,
Yeah. Now I remember you were mentioning about this in our stream. Yeah. I said in that stream in the side chat,
Hey, the grumpy old guy. Good to see you.
Hey, grumpy. It bought him time, right? It bought him some time so he can
start
recording and get everything else ready, and
get his
be like, okay, if something else happens, I can bail back to this, fall back, right? A fallback plan, right? Fall back to this location, right? I have another way out, something like that.
His fallback plan was a 9mm pistol or something. And as soon as that door flew open, he opened fire, you know.
Yep.
And
Yep.
here's the thing I just got from Amazon. It's for securing your doors. It's a steel strip. It's about 3 or 4 feet long. It screws into the door frame, and I'll be installing this very soon. Yeah, it screws into your door frame, and these knockout panels are for your deadbolt and for your door latch, you know.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
Good to know.
and this goes over your hinges. This secures the hinges on the door, and it also secures the door frame because it comes with its own screws and all that stuff too. But secure your home first. That's what saved that guy's life. Who the young Asian guy, he had his shit together before it happened.
Yeah,
If
he was proactive.
Bingo, exactly. Thank you, CR. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
proactive, and it paid off because none of those 3 gigantic guys got into his house and did any harm to him and his family. He was able to get him out of there before anything drastic happened.
Yeah, exactly, right. They
Did they,
fell back to
did they
their
catch
location.
the guys?
Not yet. They're still on the loose. I mean, these guys are probably within 10 miles of my house right now, Shadow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah,
Yay.
that's bad.
And if it's not them, it could be someone else or another group, right?
Yeah.
There's more of them out there, right? So we need to give ourselves
Yeah.
time, you know,
Mhm.
by being proactive.
These go over the door itself to reinforce the door, and then the other stuff reinforces the hinges and the frame. It's about $100 for these, and
It's a lot of money, but it's worth it in the
worth
long
it.
run.
I think it is.
Exactly. If it's in
I think it
situations like
is.
that, you'll be like, you know
Mhm.
what? I spent hundreds of dollars, but I'm
Yeah.
still here to tell the story later.
Exactly.
Right.
No one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. CR. That's what I'm looking at, is some way to slow them down to where all 3 of us, 4 of us in the house can get armed, and
Yeah.
you know,
Maybe it's going to a
worth
safe
it.
to unlock it to get your firearm out. Well, that takes time, right?
Yeah.
You gotta
yeah.
give yourself that lead time and well, it's just like that other topic that we were talking about, Shadow, a couple weeks back, right? You're gonna give yourself more time and make them spend more time and give yourself more time to get ready or
Mhm.
get something, whatever it is, something from the
Yeah.
safe,
Yeah.
load something up or
Yeah.
whatever, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Idaho. That's a good question. I would recommend if you have a window in your door of any kind, get that door replaced. Remove it. Just have it removed and replaced. I will never have a door with a window in it. They can pop that glass and then reach right in and unlock your
looks
door.
pretty, light comes in, but it's not
Yeah.
very secure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see that in a lot of neighborhoods and a lot of places
Mhm.
now. That's the thing, right? It's like these kind of like glass doors, right? It's nice to looks nice, but it's not very functional.
Yeah, I would say if you can, Idaho,
Replace it.
yeah, replace those glass panels with wood, or if you can find
Or
some
a
kind of
pretty,
steel grate, maybe.
a steel frame or something.
Yeah, reinforce those in some way.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Idaho. Well, I had a place that I lived in, and it was made in the '60s. It was like that. It had glass panels on the side of the door. I didn't care for that, you know.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter how good the security system is. It doesn't matter how many lights you have, right? You still have a glass door.
Yeah,
it's still vulnerable. Because I tell my friend this too, like, yeah, you have lights, you have this door camera, but you have this glass door here.
Yeah. In fact, for me anyway, and if you can't replace those panels, Garden Girl, there's a shatter resistant transparent film you can put over the glass, and it'll make it harder for them to break the glass.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Is
looking
that
into
just enough?
I'm looking into that stuff right now. You know,
Yeah.
It works. Have the same principle as a windscreen on your car. Basically,
hmm
it's a special film inside that glass.
hmm
That's why you don't have 10 million glass pieces in your car.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It keeps
Yeah.
all the shards together, so it keeps it together, so it's gonna
hmm
be all the way pushed through. It's not just
There.
a break.
Yeah, Idaho. I'm looking into that right now. I'm looking on Amazon and see what brands that they have available, and then I go to YouTube and look for any reviews on that brand of shatter resistant stuff. So I'm looking into it right now, but I haven't made any phone calls yet. But I understand that there are glass companies and window and door companies that can actually provide those services and do it for you. You know.
Yeah. Because the windows are probably the most vulnerable of spots. And of
Yeah.
course, we all have windows of some sort, obviously.
Mhm.
Obviously you can put bars over them and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
still vulnerable. In
I
comparison, right?
I suggested window bars to my wife, but she said, no, I don't want something that we can't open and escape the house if we have to. That makes sense, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it's just
believe in
like
the 60s, back in the 60s in US, there were very popular with these window bars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I was gonna say about that like a piece of 2x4 with a perpendicular beam, so you can on like one of those patio doors, sliding doors, right? Those are very
Mm-hmm.
vulnerable.
Right.
Right.
That's what I'm looking at right now, CR, is be able to what are my options to reinforce the sliding door in the back of my house, you know.
Yeah, because those are very vulnerable.
They are.
They're very,
I've got
very
all
Easy to break in through.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like glass breakers and all this. I mean, a simple rock, I guess, right?
Yeah, pretty much a rock, and bash it and go right in. And that's what I'm looking into those options right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you need anything bulletproof there, Idaho, but yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah, and bulletproof glass is really expensive.
Yeah, can you afford it?
Void resistant, let's just say. Right.
That cost probably a couple of $100.
Maybe a couple thousand, yeah. It could be. Maybe even more, yeah.
It depends on the size of the window and what class you want to have it, protection class on it.
Yeah, and how much time it'll buy you.
I wished I would have saved this video that I found. It showed where a police officer and a firefighter were testing doors, kicking them and stuff. And the little brass strike plate that's on your doors?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a fairly secure little item, but you got to take those little tiny screws out. And here's an order that I just received more of them because I'm going to do these with the bedroom doors. And take those little tiny screws out and put in 3-inch screws. You could do this yourself at home. It's easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah, because the short screws would pull.
They fly right out. Yeah. They fly right out. Yeah, and then. That's one of the projects I'm going to be doing while the wife and the son is at work. Is I'm going to go along on all the bedroom doors, and I'm going to replace the hinge screws with these 3-inch long screws, and the same with the striker plates. Well,
because if you think about it, let's just say if it was, let's say, a home invasion, for example, right? They could be coming with a lot of serious stuff to do it.
Yeah. But
everyone knows what a battering ram is, right? You just have to wait and you just keep going at it, all right? I mean,
yeah, but there just I just keep things in mind that there is nothing that's foolproof, but what you can do is give yourself some reaction time, because I know our
lead time.
Yeah, our bedroom doors are not very solid, but if I replace the screws and the striker plates and on the hinges, it will take more than one kick to kick the bedroom door open. you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Buy
let me
you
show
that
you.
extra. Yeah.
And I'll be right back. I've been busy this week.
I figured. Solid core bonded steel security door. Okay, I will look into that.
Yeah, that reminds me of what.
Also have tons of windows. Don't know what to do. Huh.
I think it reminds me of what Preparedness Veteran said a couple weeks back, where he has that wedge. Like we were talking about, like security, like in a hotel or whatever. I think he said something about that he brings one with him.
Well,
too.
good. That's good.
But
A good dog. That
yeah,
scares
dog.
most
Yeah.
people away.
That's the same with that Asian homeowner who got a home invasion. He had a dog. A dog alerted him first thing, and then the lights and the camera and all that, and a good deadbolt lock.
Yeah.
But these things here, I finally found a video where they did an honest test on these. These are a great tool for everyday use, like say if you want for your door, if someone's just pushing on it, okay? But they
Yep.
showed where someone took one of these things and they kicked it. The thing failed immediately, just that fast. And what failed is this little retaining pin right here. As soon as you got a hard jam, this little pin went inside and the damn thing collapsed and flew across the room. So I've got a bunch of these, and what I did was I drilled some holes in here and I put some additional screws to keep it from collapsing on itself.
Yeah. You put some backup into it. It's just like the screws with the door, right? It's that same thing.
Yeah.
You're putting in more or longer screws in, so it takes that much more effort.
Yeah, exactly, and gives you just that much more time to grab a baseball bat or whatever you might have.
Yeah, exactly.
So, a regular bedroom door will take only one kick to kick it open. Okay, you put this in there, that may take 2 kicks, but I improved this thing that now it may take 3 or 4 kicks to get through the door.
And this could be in conjunction with a wedge underneath and all this other stuff that you might have too.
Whatever you can think of, yeah.
Like it could be like you could be like piling like furniture to the door or something like
that too.
Buy you that extra time, right? Because if you think about like Hollywood movies, quote unquote, or TV shows, you see that kind of thing too, right? Where they're trying to barricade themselves in too, right? So, well, because if you think about like something like an active shooter situation, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do, Shawnee.
I would recommend before you look into the wide range of preparedness stuff, secure your home first, because your home is your sanctuary.
It's your castle, right? Reinforce your castle.
Yes, it is.
If your castle goes down, then it's kind of
We use one of my keys at our back door and it works. I know if someone kicked the door, that would be different, but it gives us enough time to do what is necessary. Well, if that works, it's good.
Bob, seeing you with that item reminds me of that chair thing underneath the door handle kind of deal. It reminds me of that now.
Yeah, that's kind of what these are, is just a chair underneath the door. It'll give you a little bit. But in case you didn't see it, our treasured home, I saw a test on these things and it failed miserably. And what I did, I've got a bunch of these all for our bedroom doors and all that, is it failed because this little spring-loaded pin collapsed inside when someone kicked it. Well, I just put 2 screws in there to give it to, instead of one solid kick, it'll take 2 or 3 kicks, maybe more, to be able to breach through this,
Yeah. And remember, I was gonna say, and remember that there might be more than one person behind that, right? They could be like really pushing their weight into it, right? They could be 200-300 pounds, and eventually it will give way, but it's gonna take them a lot more effort and Well, it wears them down too, right? They'll be huffing and puffing, and they'll
Yeah.
right.
And if you're on the side of the door that's protecting your family, well, always remember to breathe. Keep breathing. Don't hold your breath. Don't don't freeze up. Just keep breathing. Keep breathing.
Yeah.
Remember your training, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you want to wear them down by doing all this stuff. So it's just like
I agree with you about that one, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good points. Good points.
Yeah.
Even in apartments too, right? I mean, if you think about apartments, right? If that front, I mean, I think Galen has said this before, and I've experienced it from someone else, one of my friends, right? You know, the buzzer door's not working, or you know, someone's disabled it or did something and took a crowbar to it. Now, you know, the only line of defense is the door to your apartment. There's no anyone can just walk into the apartment area.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I've experienced that once. That was an eye opener for me too.
Mm-hmm.
So it can happen, right? So. Or you know, someone leaves the door ajar or something like that, didn't close it all the way, right? And the next thing you know, you just, you know, you go to bed and forgot to lock the door or something like that to your apartment. Well, you know, next thing you know, some junkie or whatever's walking into your bedroom.
Yeah, that's
not what to wake up to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Our treasured home, and take a look at your channel right now here. See.
Okay, our treasured home, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll subscribe to you there, our treasured home. All right.
Well, places like that, you might not be able to reinforce or change per se,
right,
quote unquote, change the locks, but you can still put these wedges underneath. What Bob showed earlier and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, that's what we lived in a rental house for 10 years, a townhouse, and we couldn't do very much, but we could do things like these, you know.
Mm-hmm. And again, buys you that extra couple of seconds, and you might need later on. Right? That's the idea. Well, that's the whole thing about preparedness, right? You're being proactive to buy you time.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't have time to react, but you're giving yourself time to react to whatever's going on later on. So, yeah.
Yeah, but that home invasion video, it's on my channel. I did kind of a reaction to it, more or less, on my channel, and that went through, you know, I'm married to an Asian, and that went through the Filipino community just like fire, man. You know, watch out, guys, because these three guys are still in the area. They're still out there, you know.
Yeah.
And
especially if they've done it once, you know, they're not scared to do it again.
They're not scared. They're not scared. They already had pistols in their hands when they went up on this guy's front porch. So they're, you know,
they're armed too, right?
They're armed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Two of those guys were like 250 pounds. Huge freaking guys, you know.
Yeah, they'll be able to muscle their way through something or power people.
Living a life of violence that most people are not accustomed to. They could walk into your living room, slap the shit out of you, and it won't even affect them, you know. That's why it went through the Asian community real quick. You know, get ready. I did bring this up to the last Filipino party we had of the summer to my friends, my Filipino friends, and I recommended to them, you know, let me teach you guys how to shoot, all of them, and all the ladies says, yeah, I have a pistol, and what kind do you have? And I said, what we should do, what we need to do is all come together and either meet at the pistol range, and I'll teach you how to load and unload your firearm and shoot it. And, you know, and as usual, guys, you get a lot of promises. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. We can do that. Another guy goes, we can do it on my property, but I haven't heard anything back from any of them.
Yeah.
It's like
And simulate things like, running on the spot, getting your heart rate up, just like that adrenaline rush in the real situation, right? Where you're like actually, I've heard about that kind of stuff too.
Yeah, that's right, Idaho. They said that they were Seattle police, but Auburn is not Seattle. That's what the homeowner said. He could hear them outside the door, Seattle police, and they started kicking the door, and
right.
Well,
they are far away from their jurisdiction in that case.
Yeah, we don't live in Seattle. We're in Auburn,
Well, that's where cameras would help too, so you can actually see it and see. Well, there's no police vehicle outside either.
Well, also, plus the fact that if he did hit one of them, and now he's got a legal backup. Look, I didn't shoot until the door was kicked open, and then I opened fire.
Then I'm like,
bingo. Then I opened fire.
It's now like,
yeah. My wife and I watched that, and my wife goes, "Too bad that he didn't use a shotgun." She and I watched it several times. She goes, "That darn guy, he aimed at his head. You're supposed to aim at his heart." That's what I trained her. Aim at his heart. You don't aim for the head. You aim for the heart.
Center
Too bad
mass.
he didn't.
Center mass.
Yeah, too bad he didn't use a shotgun. Boom! That guy would have just flew apart, And that's my little killer wife. Aim for the heart with a shotgun. Kill him.
Wow, your wife's so heartless.
Little tiny lady with a big plate of food. Too bad he can kill him with a shotgun. Yeah, if you watch that video, Idaho, it just missed his head just by inches. But man, don't.
But that's enough to scare everybody off.
Oh boy, you should have seen how fast those big old fat boys ran when the screen door was made of glass, and the screen door was right here, and it hit right next to that guy's head and exploded. And those big old lardy tubs of whatever, man, those guys ran faster. I guess they went right through a fence. They went right through a fence.
I'll have to replace the fence, but it's worth it.
I don't know. They were too big and too heavy to jump over it.
They were. They did. That's what I watched several news channels. One interviewed a neighbor, another one interviewed the homeowner, and the Asian guy they interviewed, they were too big to go over the fence. They collapsed the fence. They were running so fast.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they return to his house anymore.
No, they're not going to go back there. And
they're it's a hard target. It's a hard target now. They don't look for it.
Mm-hmm. Same with all the neighbors. They did what? Well, Herman, I think you ought to secure our front door a little bit more, don't you think? That's your project for the weekend. You know how it goes. You know how it is. Word of mouth gets around fast.
Yeah. But it's good that people that per se that community or area is communicating, right? Because that way the whole area becomes a hard target, not just one spot.
Bingo.
Right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. The whole block becomes a hard target. Yeah.
Oh, because you don't want any kind of stray bullets going through something because on your neighbor's side, right? Something like that.
Yeah, and
reinforce the whole area as a whole, not just your area, and expand out. Well, just like how you were saying about like securing your castle first, right? Then you expand out.
You know, start at home.
Maybe it's starting from yourself, like training and all that stuff, bedroom, house, all the stuff that expands out, right? Reinforce that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that okay? They're targeting Asian people because Asian people usually have a higher income. It's just a fact. It's not being a racist statement. They usually have a higher income, so they're targeting them. And now, speaking from experience, when me and my family go to the pistol range and practice, almost all the booths are full of Asian people target practicing. And I look at their firearms, and these guys have got money to buy the top of the line firearms, the very best. And they don't go there and shoot 20 or 25 rounds at a time. They shoot 500 and 600 rounds at a time. They practice. And I've seen it quite a few times where they'll have mom and dad and their kids practicing, and grandma, grandpa, and the grandkids practicing. And it's like, you know, if you're targeting Asian people, that's stuff that they don't see. The criminals don't see that because they don't go to the pistol ranges. They don't see that. So, and you're targeting Asian people who've got the highest end firearm that's not going to jam. It's not going to fail. And he's had thousands of rounds of practice. Not a good
and
idea.
they reinforced their door too, right?
That too. Exactly. Right. That too. Mm-hmm.
That's a steel door. That's no hollow core door here.
That's no hollow core door. Yeah, he's got a good deadbolt in there, and you know, those three guys on that front porch, they got what was coming to them, but unfortunately, they haven't captured them yet. But eventually, they'll screw up and they'll get picked up. Mm-hmm.
Or worse, right?
They'll kill somebody, probably.
They will be caught sooner or later.
Sooner or later. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
They are probably not that smart that they can stay away for long.
Yeah, and what happens oftentimes is they start running their mouth, and that's usually what gets them caught, you know.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, they like to brag.
Uh-huh. Yep. Jailhouse confessions, they call it, you know, where they'll get arrested for a speeding ticket or a warrant, and then they're sitting in the jailhouse and bragging about how they did something to another victim, and that's how they get caught, you know. They're not smart people. Smart people go to work and do the best they can with what they've got, not taking it from others, you know.
Yeah. They forget about that key thing. Nancy. Operational security, right? Hush hush.
Mm-hmm.
Or as Preparedness Veteran said earlier, right? Loose lips sink ships, as he said earlier. So.
Oh, good, Hugo. Yeah. Yeah, I think in my investigation for those window covering, the coating, the plastic coating, I think I'll call around to some of the glass companies and ask them for a quote on how much would it have, because they showed on some different YouTube videos where you have a glass company come in and install that film for you. It's anchored down all the way around the window, and it's a very thick coating, and they showed people trying to break it. It was like but I imagine you're going to pay for that, you know.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, you're paying for that.
Yeah.
Time.
But we'll have to budget some of that stuff in. It's like this door frame. It's $100, door jamb reinforcing, $100. But if it saves me from having to have somebody in my home get hurt, it's worth $100.
Yeah,
you know?
Peace of mind. You're paying for peace of mind. Right?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
And hello, Nicole.
Nicole Ruiz. Is that another beautiful Filipina you attracted to your channel here, Shadow?
Okay, Bob. Not everyone's Filipino that joins. Is this one Filipino too, Shadow? Is this one too?
Let's see. No.
That to Huga.
No,
Just
no,
kidding,
she's got
just
no
kidding.
videos, no videos. Darn it. Darn it. The heck, man. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, how much is my life worth to me? A lot.
Yeah, that's same as me, Huga. Yeah, that's but I just do this home security stuff one step at a time. I set aside a little money from each one of my monthly pensions, put a little bit into preparedness and a little bit of it into home security, and it's just step by step by step by step.
Well, it's just how preparedness is for me, right? Just making steps, keep making progress forward through it, right? Regardless if it's gardening, food, water, security, first aid, shelter elements, your home. Just keep building it, layering it in. It's just like layering clothing in the winter time to get warm.
It is.
You just keep adding on top of it, right? Or in terms of gardening, just keep adding to the soil. It's that same thing. You just keep layering that stuff
Bingo.
on,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
The layers of protection, right? Buy you time and all that stuff. Oh, and the training and the knowledge and the skills and experience. Yeah.
Well, that's where we've got a benefit is like Shadows Live here. People who are into this gardening and all that, we can talk. Yeah, we can all talk directly and show examples of what you're doing. I swear to you, YouTube is one of the best learning tools I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, YouTube's not just about funny cat videos.
Yeah, there's a lot more than a lot more than puppies and kittens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grumpy old guy. Let's take a look at Grumpy old guy channel here.
Yeah, I think this is why I like stuff like this more than watching movies or TV.
Me too.
It's more educational. I feel like I learn more. Well, this interaction, like on the live streams and stuff like that, is good too, right?
Yeah.
Share your opinions and share ideas and stuff like that. Learn a thing or two, right?
Have a few laughs too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that too, right? All right. That whole interaction I like.
And then there's the occasional beautiful Filipino lady that comes on Shadows. There's that too. Beautiful Filipino ladies. Yeah. Which you haven't had new ones up here for a while, Shadow. You're falling down. Man, I don't know.
Yeah, what happened to those perks? The perks?
Yeah.
Bob came here for the perks.
I came here for the perks, man. Yeah, I'll spend about another 10, 15 minutes with you guys, and I'm gonna go get showered and shaved and take my lady out dancing, dinner and dancing tonight.
And have some fun, right? Enjoy life too, right?
You bet, CR. That's very important.
Yeah, that's important too, right? You prepare just in case, obviously, but do enjoy life with people, your friends, your family too, whatever it is, activities, going for a walk, dancing, enjoy those times, right? Those are important too, because it makes you, this is why I'm preparing so I can have this time too, right? It's just like, if you went out dancing or whatever, went to places you're prepared to, just in case. So you can still enjoy the time and be like, yeah, just in case. But I'm just going to enjoy the dance floor.
Yeah, it is fun because we like to sit there and listen to a live band. And I drive on the way in and she drives on the way home because I get to have my 2 or 3 glasses of beer, catch a little buzz, and it's fun.
Yeah, exactly, right? You enjoy that time, right? Makes it worth it.
I'm going to the pumpkin festival tomorrow with my sister.
Okay, this is what we saw the last time we went out dancing last week. We're making it kind of a weekly event now. This dude, This is a dude out on the dance floor. Oh my God, guys. I mean, oh my God.
Secretly, this is me. No.
Well, I don't know, dude, but I mean, this guy's looking for attention.
Well, that's me.
Here you go. This is between the bands. He's out there dancing around, dressed up like that, wearing 6-inch high heels, out there all dancing all by himself between the bands playing. It's like,
See, that's me mingling.
mingling.
I'm trying to mingle. He's trying to mingle.
Okay.
When you go hear a concert or hear live music or dancing,
6-inch heels, guys, out there dancing
whoa,
around like that.
Whoa. He just wants to stand above the crowd.
He's seeking attention.
Yeah, all right.
Definitely. Indeed, he did.
I remember my wife was so embarrassed. She goes, "Hon, don't let people see you taking that picture." Oh, the hell with that! I went right.
It's a public event.
And this, I felt this tap on my shoulder, and this lady was saying, "You got it, you got it." And I looked over, this beautiful black woman standing there smiling at me. No, she knows, I'm that guy in the crowd who will take pictures. I said, "Well, he's looking for attention."
Next time, Bob will take a selfie with him.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, he'll follow me to the car. He'll follow me
No, I'm
home.
just kidding. Yeah. You don't want to give them the wrong idea.
The wrong idea. No. We'll see what happens tonight. Yeah. It's a good place to go for fun, because it's a mature crowd that goes there. Yeah, I don't, not a bunch of 20-year-old rowdies. They're all parents and stuff like that. Even a lot of grandparents go there and go dancing and stuff. So.
Well, that's cool. That's I can see myself attending something like that with you. I'd be away.
Well, and it goes back to one thing I've said on several videos, and it's in my heart, and I know for a fact that they go, we're all divided and racially divided and racial hatred and all that stuff. But you go to one of these nightclubs, there's mixed race couples all over the place, and
I see that around too.
Everyone's getting together and having a good time. And one night when my wife and I were there, a black man walked up to the two of us. It was standing room only, and he goes, "Would you like to sit at a table?" I said, "Yeah, we sure would." So he walked over to his table, and he says, "You two come over here and have a seat with him and his wife." So
That's very nice.
Oh, it really was, and it goes to show you how much propaganda and nonsense is out there.
Yeah, right.
It's just a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, seeing beyond color.
Yeah.
And that brings a smile to my face.
Mm-hmm. Pipes freezing, trying to insulate. Yeah, good for you, Huga. I hope you don't have to go underneath your house to insulate those pipes, man. That's a pain in the butt.
Definitely pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm.
Speak of freeze, did I tell you, Bob? Did I tell you, Bob and Shadow? It's supposed to get down to -10 Celsius, about 20 Fahrenheit here next week.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Already, I'm already gonna get the taste of it.
I'll tell you, you guys could keep that up in Canada, will you please? Just keep it there.
So yeah, that's why I've been
True,
in and out of the stream today a little bit more than usual, because I had to take care of things in the back. Well, the harvest ain't the harvest itself. I gotta chop down the sunflowers. That's what I was doing today. So put the garden to rest for the season.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing all this week here, is doing just that, putting
Yeah,
all
get ready.
the
Get ready for
yeah,
winter.
exactly, yeah, because it's like we haven't had our first frost yet, but it'll come very soon and it'll just kill everything off, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right about that, Idaho. That it's all propaganda, trying to promote infighting so they can get a headline story, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Well, the wife's upstairs. Don't tell anyone, but she's using some hair dye. You know, she's but they're
Oh, I see, I see.
some
Yeah,
black hair dye.
yeah, yeah.
Don't tell anyone she's over 55. So
Really? I thought she was 29.
oh no, man, no.
I say that to all the women now. I thought you were 29.
Yeah,
I learned that from TV. I learned that from
yeah.
TV.
She said, "Okay, hon, we'll be ready to go by 4 p.m." All right, yeah, we'll be ready to go. I'll actually get a close shave and everything, and some new clothes on, and enjoy a night out.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it makes you appreciate the other things, right? When you
Yeah,
can
it does. Yeah.
be able to spend that time with people, friends, and stuff like that,
Mhm.
right?
You know, I really, I be honest, I've got a damn good life, man. Just put a few dollars here and there into preparedness, get a few things done, and
Just in case. Just in case.
yeah, just in case. It's just part of protecting your family in your home. Yeah,
Mhm.
and then the rest of the time is just stay here at home, do artwork and stuff like that. So life's good.
Yeah, you're putting it in that time in so you can have time later to
Later,
do that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly, right.
Also, not going out spending a lot of money because we'll be doing some traveling coming up and
Mhm,
go
mhm,
see the
mhm.
family and stuff like that. Yeah.
You know what I was thinking, Shadow? That should be a topic about money or that money-ish preparedness, finances and stuff like that. I'm no financial expert, but I don't know
Yeah.
if we ever done that topic yet because if you think
I'm
about
not
it,
a
right?
I'm not a financial expert either, so
Like
How to?
budget, like budgeting stuff and stuff like that
Mhm, mhm.
overall, right?
Or how to
Saving for
uh,
saving for a rainy day and stuff like that. That could be a topic.
handle your money while you're traveling. That's
Yeah, we
uh,
could dive into that too. Well, because if
yeah,
you think about like, obviously Halloween's coming up, but obviously in time Christmas is not coming up, right? And the crunch of Christmas time, trying to
yeah,
buy
yeah.
gifts and all that stuff. So it could be a topic right there, Shadow. I know
yeah,
you're always looking for topics, right? You need topics for
I
the rest of
always
this year.
do. I
You need
always
yeah,
do.
that could be a
Mhm.
topic right there, right? And stuff like that. Not always, using that credit card per se. If you can't pay with it with debit or cash, right?
Yeah, that's the only time we do use a credit card is when traveling. It's because if you're spending someone else's money during the travel, not yours. You understand? If you
Yeah.
get your credit card stolen and they run up a bunch of charges on it, that's not your money. That's
Mhm.
credit card company's money.
Yeah.
That's a smart travel tip, you know.
Well, you know what? That could be a topic too about traveling, safety while
Hmm.
traveling, or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
That actually would be a good topic because if I think about it, see what's it called? What there's this terminology we use here in Canada, like uh, ah, the summer birds. I'm trying to remember when people fly down south for to go on vacation here in Canada during the winter during December. Uh, snowbirds? No, what's that? I'm
Yeah,
forgetting that.
we call them snowbirds here. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like if you
Yeah.
think about it like that, right? So
Hmm.
it could be a topic for December, Shadow, right? You
Yeah.
post it on the first week Right? Because people would be
Snowbirds.
thinking about people would be thinking about that, right? They're going on away for the holidays or whatever, going down to Mexico or something like that, Caribbean or overseas.
Actually,
or something.
there's an awful lot of Canadians come here to Seattle, Tacoma during the winter. It's not too far away, and especially you guys who live way up in the north of Canada, they want to get out of there for a while. They even come here to Seattle, Tacoma. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could be a topic, like I said, Shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Be a very good topic. Relatable too. And chime back in the preparedness part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
If you're staying at a hotel, relatives, whatever, right?
Yep.
Well, because you'd be in a different place, right? So obviously, security or watching your back is very important.
Mm-hmm.
Try not to look like a tourist, right?
Yeah.
look like someone that's local as much as possible, right?
And if you travel from the north of Canada and come to this region, it's not too shockingly hot. But if you go from Canada down into Mexico, you step off the airplane. Wow, it's 105. Yeah.
Where you're coming to the airport with a parka and it's just like,
yeah.
Why did I bring this parka? Yeah, that's one of those things too, right? You're gonna, yeah.
How I travel, CR, is I freeze on the way there because I wear my flip flops, sweatpants, and a sweatshirt to the SeaTac airport.
Yeah.
And my feet freeze.
You're like, oh my gosh, this will be worth it. Can't wait to get off the plane.
Yeah, and when we get off the airplane in the Philippines, it's like, wow, because I learned years and years ago, don't bring a jacket. You're not gonna need it. You're not gonna need a jacket.
Yeah. And when you come back, right, someone's picking you up. Oh, can you bring my jacket?
Yeah, exactly. I leave the jacket in the car. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if our son comes and picks us up or whoever, bring my jacket.
Bring my jacket. I don't have a jacket. Yeah.
I remember one time when we traveled there, we had to stop in Manila and catch a connecting flight in Manila, and we had to go from the international terminal to the domestic terminal, and we're walking up to those airport doors, and it was my wife, my daughter, and myself, and I said, "Get ready for the oven door," and as soon as those doors kicked open, whoosh, all three of us went, "Oh, baby!"
Yeah.
Well, I'll just leave you guys with make sure and secure your castle first, before you get too extravagant with stuff, and just keep it simple. So I'm going to bounce out of here and go grab my sexy little wife.
Take care, Bob. Enjoy the night tonight.
All right. Good night, you guys.
Yeah.
Peace out.
And keep your eyes and ears open.
And if I see that Bob is great flag, airstrike's coming in on you, dude, right now.
Put that randomly in a video in the distance and be like, see Bob pays attention to my video. Next thing I know is just like,
all right, peace, you guys. God bless.
Take care.
That was good.
Yeah.
Couple of topic options for you there, Shadow. I guess.
Yeah, to
in the future, right? Because as a content creator, like you need to always be approaching like what's the next video about or next live stream about as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Well, because certain things are more easier when the time comes. Like, the season comes around, right? It just writes itself, right? But everything in between you gotta fill in, right? Like, you can talk about Halloween, but you're not talking about that in September yet. You can talk about Christmas, but you're not doing that until December, right? And all this stuff, right? But everything else in between, the weeks or days or whatever in between, you need something to fill it in, something with.
Yeah.
Right? So. And like I said earlier, I don't have the link here on the panel, but like I said earlier, I posted that link for Gil's live stream later. That's in about less than 4 hours from now. So on his Gray Man prepping channel. That's with an A, by the way. So about power outage or dealing with power outages. So
Yeah, I know.
I think that'd be a very enlightening topic, pun intended. But yeah, so because it can tie into this topic about communications too, right? So it might, because the digital communication aspect of it will probably come to mind.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Well, like battery banks and obviously, solar panels, 12-volt battery, etc., an inverter, an alternator, and all that stuff, right? A voltage regulator and all that stuff, amongst other things. So I think this is why Gil actually had to make sure he had some time. He had to do his chores so he can have some fun later on talking about it.
Yeah.
Right. That's how I was like earlier too. That's why I wasn't in right away because I was doing stuff. Then I had to slip out every so often and finish a few things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do these chore things so you can have fun later, like how I am now, right? I've done this stuff, now I can enjoy the day. Done the hard work, now I can just enjoy the day, right? Kind of deal. As much as possible.
Yeah.
And by the way, I want to talk to you backstage about something after this later on. By the way.
Okay.
But until then, anyways, yeah. So, what's in store for next week? Next weekend.
Next weekend, I haven't set that stream up yet, so.
What? You don't have a topic yet?
Yeah, I have.
You had all these topics for this month. I thought he had a topic for next month, for next week already.
Yeah, I have actually.
Well, people in the side chat or whatever,
I have 2 ideas.
Yeah, such as.
The first thing is SHTF crime, or mental preparedness.
Well, that
to
crime.
Be prepared mentally.
Well, you might be able to pull in that crime thing next month, maybe even. I mean, not next month, next week. Well, as I think about it, right, Halloween's coming up around the corner here, so people go door to door, so
yeah.
more people outside.
Do you want right. What did you had in mind? A zombie theme or what?
I don't know particularly. I know Gil's doing a special Tuesday edition of this Tactical Tuesday.
Yeah.
Edition of it, but I mean, and just kind of tie the preparedness thing in to a certain degree, right? As much as possible. Yeah. Well, I guess Shadow, there's only 9 more weeks left in the year, so and let's see, you could do that vacation, safety while traveling, there's that Christmas one, the New Year's one, so you just need like another 6 more topics for the year. 6 more topics, all right? You just need 6 more.
Technically, so, traveling safety, it sounds better with traveling security.
Yeah, something along the lines of that. Just use all the words, right? Just use all the words when you mention it in the beginning or in the description, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Like for example, you're gonna have this if you wanted to New Year's resolutions for preppers and for your first topic in the new year or something like that, right? Something along the lines of that. So something that I spot up right away, right? Something along the lines of that. Because sometimes it's just coming up with the topic or a video idea. Take care, Nancy. But yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
it's just coming up with those things in the first place, right?
Take
Then
care,
also
stay safe,
recording
and God bless,
and
Nancy.
coming up with.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Take care.
I'll see you
Archer,
later.
hope to see you next week again. Yeah, it's nice to hear
Yeah,
and hear from
she's
people
a
chime in.
wonderful woman. She's a
Yeah.
wonderful woman.
Yeah, and everyone chiming in, especially Idaho Garden Girl and Huga, especially those two. Those two are just chiming in like right in center here. It's nice. It's
Yeah.
nice to reconnect, right? Reconnect and hear from people as much as possible.
And I think it's time to begin anyway to wrap things up. So
So yeah.
So I think it's time for that. We have been running for 4 hours and 5 minutes.
I don't know.
15 seconds.
We're running out of ways to communicate the message. Just a little, right? Just a little.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
guys.
thanks for having me on, like usual.
As always, it's always a pleasure to have you, my friend.
I know I say it all the time, but I mean it all the time. Do I even need to say it anymore? But I will keep saying it.
It works just fine for me. Okay, guys, take care, stay safe, and I will see you next week.
And do something proactive.
And I appreciate you.
Watch your six.
Right? You're stopping by and enjoy.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
The topics. Have a good day.
And ShadowScoutSwede is awesome. And this guy's awesome beside me here.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Indeed.
We got to
and we are out.